She's an elegant ocean liner with a storied past.
It's my first ship and will be the best memory of my life.
Iron Lady of the Seas for half a century.
It's an old ship, but still strong and still can run fast.
Hard to port.
Marco Polo navigates modern marvels.
65 meters from the sea level.
En route to ancient history.
It's so gorgeous.
As a brand new captain wrestles with her quirks.
Hard to starboard.
On a thrill ride into adventure.
Wind weather god.
Cruise ship Marco Polo is a model of maritime history. Her classic outline recalls the heyday of the grand ocean liners. She was launched back in 1965, a luxury ship built for the hardline regime of the old Soviet Union. Deluxe, yes, but this vessel is also designed for extra stability, with a reinforced hull to plow through broken ice on Arctic routes. She may be nearly 50 years old, but this Grande Dame is built to last.
It's still classic. It's the old ocean liner, and I'm glad to be here.
Captain Nectarius Rigas is just learning how to handle this 22,000-ton ship.
You must have some, I can say, extra skills.
He's a fourth-generation captain who cut his teeth on the massive ferries that thread among the Greek islands. But he's just taken command of Marco Polo, and this will be his first time taking her to the Baltics.
Just see me when I maneuver the ship.
Marco Polo is tied up at the British port of Tilbury on the Thames River, 40 kilometers southeast of London. Tilbury is London's original cruise port, dating from the 1880s. It's a perfect departure point for this historic ship to sail out on an historic route. Marco Polo is going on a 12-night round-trip voyage into the Baltic Sea, first to Copenhagen, then Germany, then visiting the grand old cities of Tallinn, Estonia, and St. Petersburg. On the return, she'll stop in Finland and Sweden, then pass from the Baltic to the North Sea through Germany's Kiel Canal. It's a sold-out 5,700-kilometer cruise for 800 travelers.
So 2 tickets for Stockholm on your own. It's because you're going ashore in tenders that day.
Passengers know they're not boarding an amusement park at sea. They've chosen this ship for a taste of the real Baltics, without the summer crowds.
Getting people booked on the right tours, that is the most challenging part. That day is the only day it's a little bit different.
Susan McKinley says out-of-season travel offers rewards and challenges.
And in our presentations, we always say, wear everything. Hat, scarf, balaclava, flip-flops, because you never know what the weather's going to do in St. Petersburg.
Just making our final checks and ready to depart.
Passengers are spending between $1,500 and $3,000 for this late autumn cruise, just when harsher weather is around the corner. Almost every other cruise ship has already left these waters.
All the cruise ships remove somewhere else, to Caribbean or in Asia. We are the only ship in Baltic Sea. But as you see, we are full of passengers. That means the passengers, they love it. They want to see the adventure.
It's 1:30 p.m. now, and in 2 hours, the tide will be in, high enough to float Marco Polo's deep hull. But this cruise isn't putting to sea just yet.
Svetlana, Hotel Director.
Hotel director Patrick Visser has a royal headache. A major traffic accident has blocked the road leading to the port. A dozen passengers and crew members are stranded, and that means Marco Polo's departure is delayed.
7 passengers, 3.
How many crew? I would have to double check that. I'll give you a call in 2 minutes.
Delay the passengers, delay the mooring man, delay the pilot, delay the tugboat. Everything is delayed.
5,
There's nothing Patrick can do but wait.
We're going to continue the operation as normal, as it should be, and for the moment, that is the status.
230,000 vessels travel along the busy Thames River every year.
Marco Polo, London BTS. The first of the inbound traffic is the Pluto.
So up in the Tilbury Control Tower, rule number 1 is keep the traffic flowing. But right now, Marco Polo is messing up their schedule.
Forward tower, we have approximately 15 minutes delay. We are still waiting for our crew members.
I cannot wait anymore. Otherwise, we'll be too late, and the wind is coming up.
If Marco Polo lingers much longer, she could jam up traffic.
She's 8.1 meters draft out for Copenhagen via the sunk with 1092.
A bit of an ordeal.
Finally, just before the gangway is removed, everybody makes it on board.
Go ahead, welcome aboard.
This is a passenger announcement.
Thank you very much.
With local pilot Don Cockrell on the bridge, Marco Polo is good to go.
What have you got traffic-wise at the moment, Bernie?
Marco Polo, at this time, there is no conflict in traffic for you. All clear. Over.
Marco Polo is a half-hour late for her scheduled 3:30 departure. But time is not the only thing that's tight. A car carrier has wedged right in front of the ship, so she can't sail straight out.
Forward. Yes, forward, go ahead.
Captain Rigas and Staff Captain Vyacheslav Kalishnikov can barely edge their ship away from the berth, moving just a meter at a time.
Forward tower station car, stop all lines.
Hard to stop. Hard to starboard.
The Thames is always a tricky river to navigate, with strong currents.
When you can see your way around, come around the other side.
Today, the pilot has ordered not one, but 2 tugs to deal with rapidly shifting winds.
The harbour master to say that if the wind was over 15 knots from any direction, then the ship should take 2 tugs.
Captain Rigas is not impressed. Each tug costs £5,000, about $8,000.
Yes, but now that you see it was only 7 knots.
It was 17. 17 knots.
It was not 17, anyway.
17 knots.
Things just get worse when one tug pulls too hard and breaks the reinforced ring for the towing line.
This is what happens when other people touch my ship. We don't need tugboat, I told him.
But Captain Rigas has greater concerns on his mind.
We have, in this period, because it's winter now, a lot of storms. Rough seas, strong winds, narrow passage. So this is the challenge for me now.
As Marco Polo heads out into the North Sea, the captain braces himself for those challenges. It's day 2 of ocean liner Marco Polo's trip to the historic Baltic region. She's crossing over the top of Denmark on her way to the place where the North Sea meets up with the unpredictable waters of the Baltic. While the temperature is in his favor, around 13 degrees Celsius, welder Alexander Poltoratsky rushes to fix this reinforced ring for the tow ropes. A tugboat damaged the ring at departure. They'll need this again when they tie up in Copenhagen tomorrow. That means grinding away the old paint, fixing any cracks, and welding it. It's a tight fit, but after the seam is reinforced, the crew can shimmy it back into place.
182, please. 182, thank you.
Yes, it is. Every time it's exciting because every departure is different.
This is the first paid posting for Officer Cadet Georgian Inash since graduating from the Romanian Naval Academy. The way he sees it, this ship is ageless.
I don't know what means a new ship. For me, this is new and old in the same time because I don't know, it's my first time at sea.
Georgian's not the only one excited to be here. Passenger Roy Maunder is making his 7th cruise on Marco Polo.
When I first came on the ship, it seemed so familiar.
Roy is a former marine engineer who fell in love with cruising as a child.
I remember when I first joined my first cruise line when I was about 9. It was a ship very much like this one. And it just, I don't know, pulled at my heartstrings. And I thought, this is going to be fun. And I still have that sense of fun when I'm on it.
Roy checks out some old postcards that date back to Marco Polo's first life. In 1965, she was launched as the Soviet ocean liner Alexander Pushkin.
When I look at a ship that I want to travel on, I want it to look like a ship. And these are beautiful. I mean, this is an original one from the Alexander Pushkin. And I can see some of the style of this ship is just like it was when it was really built.
Most cruise ships are out of service by their 30th year. But over the decades, this classic liner has undergone a couple of facelifts to improve her looks and extend her life. The latest makeover, in 1991, removed the pool solarium to create a series of open terraces with a new top deck behind a reworked smokestack. 100 rooms were added to the middle and stern. 2 years and $60 million later, the ship was reborn as the sleeker ocean liner Marco Polo. But 2 key components remain from the original: the reinforced hull and the pair of 10,000 horsepower engines that propel the ship.
I know these engines, and they're really like sewing machines. They just run on and on and on, totally reliable.
Marco Polo's engines power her through the seas at a top speed of 17.5 knots, or 32 kilometers per hour. But those half-century-old engines require special care. That's the job of Chief Engineer Ion Ritzia.
Still working properly because we maintain properly in a good way.
Today's job is preparation for a piston overhaul in the 2 main engines.
1 time per year, each piston must be overhauled.
The only window of time to complete the job is the 2-day stop in St. Petersburg, when the engines can be shut down. Right now, they're gathering all the replacement parts they may need. As the morning dawns on day 3 of Marco Polo's voyage, she begins her approach to Copenhagen, Denmark. For the passengers, it's a first glimpse at Baltic history, including Kronborg Castle, the inspiration for Hamlet's infamous Elsinore. For the captain, Nectarius Rigas, there's no sightseeing. It's a busy harbor to navigate.
Ja, men vi cirka 25 minutter fra molerne. Kan du bekræfte over det, vi skal ligge på lange linje?
Local pilot Michael Dutrindade briefs Captain Rigas on the entry into Copenhagen.
Let's swing around and let's come up, line it up here. And there is a little bit wind setting off, but very little, not much. 7.8 forward.
There will be no tugboats to guide Marco Polo in or out of this port, so the pilot suggests a bit of parallel parking is in order.
We will enter the port, come a little bit further inside, and eventually we will make a starboard swing, using both the twisting of the engines and using the bow thrusting.
Captain Rigas navigates that pirouette of the ship at just under 3 knots.
It's going to be a little bit slow, but it's a nice maneuver, and at the same time it will be much easier for departure. Hard to starboard.
Finally, the captain delicately backs up his 176-meter-long ship until she's perfectly aligned in her berth. It's a whirlwind 5.5-hour stop here, so the gangway swiftly down and passengers file off for sightseeing in Copenhagen. 6 p.m., everyone's back on board and the gangway is pulled in for departure. Next stop, Warnemünde, Germany, the gateway to Berlin. The quickest route would be to sail directly south through the Øresund Strait that runs between Denmark and Sweden. But there's a catch. Marco Polo was built with the draft of a modern cruise ship 5 times her size. Her hull plunges 8.2 meters below the waterline. That cuts down on pitching and rolling when the waves and swells are high, making for a smoother ride. But the Øresund Strait is too shallow to accommodate her draft. It's only 8 meters deep. Sail through there, and Marco Polo is sure to run aground. So the only option is to retrace part of the route north, then loop south through the Great Belt Strait to get to Germany.
That means the double time. And double fuel also, but there is no choice.
Backtracking adds another 370 kilometers to the journey. But early on the 4th day, Marco Polo eases into her berth in Warnemünde. Within an hour of arrival, the ship is pretty much emptied of guests. They're off for a full-day tour of Berlin, 3 hours away by bus. Out on the pier, provisioning is underway. Nothing comes onto Marco Polo without the watchful scrutiny of head storekeeper Dimitar Georgiev.
This is actually a pretty complicated procedure.
It all depends on this electric platform that transfers goods from the dock to the hold of the ship. The platform has a capacity of 4 tons. Once it's been packed, a single cab operator takes over moving the platform inside the ship. Then it's lowered down to receiving deck number 3, where the goods are unloaded.
As you can see in this moment, the guys are working on both sides of the platform. One line from that side, one line from this side, in order to make it faster.
Like the engines that still power Marco Polo, this platform is also an original holdover from the 1960s.
The platform is actually a pretty sophisticated piece of equipment for such an old ship. It's an old lady, you know that, it's 50 years old, but it's very useful.
Once on board, the supplies fly down a chute, where a receiving line on deck number 2 passes them along to storage.
Pretty fast. That's how we do the loading. We have to be on time, because the ship has to sail on schedule, sharp, no delays.
But later that night, there's a big delay when Assistant Excursions Manager Susan McKinley finds herself alone on the pier.
What's the traffic like? Who can tell what the traffic's like? And that's exactly what's happened in Berlin today.
Missing in action, 2 buses with nearly 100 passengers returning from Berlin. Marco Polo was supposed to set sail half an hour ago, but she can't go anywhere until those guests are back aboard.
Captain could be on the bridge jumping up and down going, Susan, where are my passengers?
It's 10:30 p.m. in Warnemünde, Germany, on day 4 of Marco Polo's Baltic Sea cruise. Her crew is anxious. She's a half hour late for departure. Staff Captain Vyacheslav Koleshnikov scans nearby roads for 2 missing tour buses, returning passengers from Berlin. Though she's responsible for the missing guests, Susan McKinley keeps her game face on.
I'm just waiting for them to come back, make sure they're okay, make sure they get their midnight snack, and that's what they'll be waiting for.
Seconds later, nearly 100 passengers make their belated appearance.
Welcome home. Remember the bistro's open for your soup and everything, sandwiches?
Okay, let's go. Hard to port.
The captain doesn't waste any time leaving.
Mr. Pilot, 12 knots. Check.
Captain Regas calls on Marco Polo's powerful diesel engines to swiftly bring the ship up to 16 knots. In just 34 hours, the liner is scheduled to dock at the medieval city of Tallinn, Estonia. Captain Regas needs to make up for lost time.
Just cut it in very fine shading, yeah?
A day at sea with everyone aboard means extra work for Marco Polo's galley crew. The one person who must really step up to the plate is executive chef Bashir Vedekal.
This I'm making for now is one of the very popular dish in our menu is chicken butter masala. It's medium spicy. It's a turmeric powder. It's a coriander powder. It's a garam masala powder, chili powder, whole red chili, and ginger, and vegetable oil, and fresh cream. Do this one first.
Chef Vedekal is boss to a galley staff of 60. When not in port, 3 chefs work around the clock to please the taste buds of the guests.
The huge kitchen. It's very difficult, but we are managing to ready for the 800 people to serve. The soup is a cream of 3-piece soup.
But the chef's toughest critic is hotel director Patrick Visser.
What's good today?
It's lamb curry, the biryani rice, and the raita, and the papadam.
Okay.
And so the pork belly with the gravy, and the mashed potato, and rolled vegetables.
Gravy?
The galley services both the Waldorf, the main formal restaurant, and Marco's Bistro, a casual buffet area at the stern.
You have to take into account that on this ship we're making an average of 2,400 covers per day, which is representing on a cruise like this one close to 25,000 covers in the whole time.
And if you think this team is cooking with gas, think again.
In the galley, I cannot cook for open flame because it's for the safety issue.
Instead, 2 auxiliary boilers in the engine room redirect steam to the stoves through a single line. This is the old cooking method ocean liners used to employ, and highly efficient. For example, it takes only 1 minute to boil up to 200 liters of broth for the chef's daily special. Marco Polo is tied up at the pier in Tallinn, Estonia, on day 6 of her Baltic cruise.
Oh, I'm coming with you today. Hi, good morning.
The medieval town is set to be a highlight of the cruise.
Hello, my darling. What are you doing, the car? The weather for this time of the year is great. I always bring up the rear. This is where my sheepdog skills come in handy.
Susan McKinley, eager to show off Tallinn, shepherds her passengers off the buses.
The onion dome churches, the large towers, the beautiful turrets and spikes. It's medieval down here. It's like when you see the Walt Disney movies, it's based on Tallinn. It's got a bit of a special little thing in my heart as well, Tallinn. It's beautiful.
Being the only cruise ship in town has its advantages.
You're going to get the real life of Tallinn and Estonia without, could you imagine another 10 cruise ships here? You couldn't stand in this park without it being thronged with people. That's the special about coming at this time, and that's why we do it.
But the unpredictable winds of early winter change are moving in on this journey. It's time for Marco Polo to haul anchor. She has to make it to Russia in just 14 hours. It's a destination that will keep both the passengers and the crew hopping.
Oh, this trip has been absolutely lovely. I've thoroughly enjoyed the journey so far.
It's 4:30 in the morning, and the lights of St. Petersburg appear oh so close. But the crew of Marco Polo still faces a tricky 3-hour navigation. So the lights are dimmed on the bridge as they watch out for channel markers.
It's a very narrow passage. We have to stay in the middle because outside of the buoys it's shallow water.
Captain Rigas faces some tight 90-degree turns. But there's less than 40 meters to play with on either side of his ship as she moves through the buoys.
If we go outside, we'll ground.
And if that's not enough of a challenge, the pilot hasn't shown up.
Disaster.
Captain Rigas has never taken Marco Polo through this treacherous passage before, and it looks like he'll have to go it alone.
Try to keep in the middle. The current is 1 mile against us.
Very early on day 7 of her Baltic voyage, Captain Rigas is steering Marco Polo through a narrow passage on the entry to St. Petersburg, Russia. She's less than a kilometer from the pier.
You see, between these buoys, the red and the green one, it's only 100 meters, the width.
There are very shallow waters on either side of the passage. One wrong move, and the ship could run aground.
We cross the gate and stop the engines.
But the captain has been forced to navigate mostly on his own. The local pilot has only just turned up.
Okay, stop the engines.
And now there's another obstacle. Several small freighters have right of way over the cruise ship.
That's slow. That's slow. It is that slow.
It is that slow.
There are only 3 meters of clearance between the bottom of the ship and the seabed below. Captain Rigas is anxious to avoid a situation every sailor fears, the squat effect.
Look at this. This is a squat. Yeah, more speed, more squat.
That's when a ship moves too fast in shallow seas, causing her hull to sink lower and risk scraping bottom. That's not going to happen on this captain's watch, so he proceeds really slowly, down to a crawl, barely moving.
Very good.
Until he finally reaches the dock.
It's a busy day. Okay. And radio, clipboard, bag, everything. It's time to go.
This is when the voyage switches into high gear for Susan McKinley.
Let's go, yeah, let's go. Okay then, so your coaches are just all over here. St. Petersburg is a challenge because out of 750 odd guests, nobody can go ashore unless they've got a private visa.
Russian paperwork sure slows things down, but it's no match for Susan's enthusiasm.
We'll have over 32 coaches today. The weather's not that great, but who knows? We'll have a fantastic time. It's just a fantastic day. Okay, see ya!
Down in the engine room, the clock starts now. Crew members like Dmitriev Kazpov have just 36 hours to overhaul 2 pistons in the main engines. Chief engineer Ion Ritzia depends on these experienced team members.
Yeah, it's a major maintenance, and we use around 6 persons because we have to finish to put main engine in standby as soon as possible.
The maintenance can only happen when the main engines are shut down. So the dirty job must be finished before Marco Polo powers up for tomorrow's departure.
We cannot stay with the engine out of order for so long time.
The crew works on 2 separate levels. First, on the upper engine room deck, the cylinder head is removed. Then, the 1-ton piston is moved up and away for cleaning. One deck down, Volodymyr Shamak releases the lower piston housing. Meanwhile, back upstairs, the cylinder head gets a good grinding to remove carbon deposits.
And when we finish, I'll go inside to see how it looks. Huh? Okay.
It's a filthy task, but someone's got to climb inside the cylinder and remove the buildup. There's no downtime for the engineering department in St. Petersburg. Marco Polo is also taking on 950 tons of fuel. That's enough to gas up 8,000 automobiles.
We do here because of good balance between price and quality.
It's still a hefty bill, around $650,000 for a fill-up that takes at least 10 hours. But it will last a full 30 days at sea. Marco Polo is spending a second day in the port of St. Petersburg. The weather has turned gray and foggy. While the passengers are out on their final tours, crew members prepare their vessel for rougher weather. Back in the engine room, down in the piston cylinder, the chief engineer does a visual inspection of the rotary valves after the cleaning.
I'm looking if some deformation, I mean physical deformation, but looks okay, it's okay. Yeah, we do.
There's a thorough check of the seal of the cylinder head for any remaining carbon deposits.
Divan? Yes. A little bit more here, no? Yeah.
The piston is moved into position and a final coat of lubricant applied before it's lowered down the shaft.
Rotary valve, normal.
And one deck down, the 1-ton piston is reconnected. This is the crucial point of the entire operation. A bit of old-fashioned elbow grease secures the bolts so they don't fly off and smash through the engine system.
Okay, we have to pay very big attention to this because if we don't tie very well, it can create a big damage to the engine.
The 2 overhauled pistons are ready for work. With a tension like this, they'll run smoothly for another 3 years. And the main engines can now be restarted.
5 meters slowly closing.
Okay, continue closing.
Out on the exterior bridge wings, Captain Rigas and Staff Captain Kalashnikov are edging Marco Polo out from her berth.
2.5.
2.5 closing. Okay, good closing.
It won't be easy. The local port authority assigned a tight corner berth to Marco Polo, so she has barely any space to turn.
Good,
The first attempt is a bust.
Okay, let's try from the beginning. Okay, I do something else. We go back, and I will try from the other side. Yes, 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 yes.
Marco Polo was built for stately movements, not tricky maneuvers, and the engineers down in the control room must be on high alert to respond instantly to the commands.
Hard to starboard.
That ringing bell marks every command from the captain on the bridge.
Sliding on the fender. But we are closing to the bollard. Captain, we are closing here to the bollard. We are touching the construction of the pier here.
The cruise ship swings dangerously close to the dock.
Hard to port, hard to starboard.
Closing. Half meter of the fender distance now to the pier.
Hard to starboard.
If the captain doesn't pay strict attention, Marco Polo could slam into the pier.
Slowly opening, swinging clear now.
4 meters, swinging clear, very good.
Very good, very, it's okay, we'll pass clear from the dredger.
Collision avoided. The bridge crew manages to squeeze their 22,000-ton vessel out from the pier and away from the path of another vessel. Now it's lights out as they gear up to navigate through some really thick pea soup.
I'm expecting a lot of fog today, so don't be afraid if I use the blast the whole night, the fog blast.
Marco Polo is sailing straight into some epic weather. After sailing all night through heavy fog from St. Petersburg, Marco Polo is tied up at the dock in Helsinki. Passengers return from a day on the town, and everything appears to be going according to schedule. But Captain Rigas knows this is the calm before the storm. He's already thinking about the next stop in Sweden. The weather forecast tells him something nasty is brewing up ahead.
The wind is increasing, and the problem is the next port. Tomorrow we're expecting 50 knots, 50. It's gonna be rough.
Midship!
Steady!
Steady as she goes.
As Marco Polo hauls anchor and heads out of Helsinki, the captain confides his weather concerns to local pilot Marty Soigno.
With the bad weather, I have the information that is 8.5 meters wave outside.
Yeah, northern Baltic can be really bad.
Yeah. We are talking about hurricane now.
But pilot Soigno has faith in Marco Polo. He's guided her many times.
She's like a classic. She's very good at rough sea and windy weather.
This is exactly what her deep draft was designed for, steadying Marco Polo as she plows through pounding waves.
16 knots?
16 is okay.
Full maneuver speed is 14.5.
Okay, then we'll go that.
Okay.
And down below, those 50-year-old engines kick into overdrive.
The only way to go to reach the port of Tilbury without delay is to go ahead with full speed. Marco Polo is an old ship, but still strong, and he still can run fast.
As night begins to fall around Marco Polo, the winds build. With gusts already up to 30 knots or 55 kilometers per hour, the crew rushes to lash down the ship. On the two lowest passenger decks, sailors secure the glass portholes. In rough seas, passenger safety is priority one for every single crew member. The final stop on this voyage is Nynäshamn, Sweden, the access port to Stockholm. Following that, Marco Polo has a planned shortcut through the Kiel Canal, which connects the Baltic Sea to the North Sea. It's the busiest man-made waterway in the world and will save the cruise ship 460 kilometers on her return to Tilbury.
Ναι, θα πάω θα το τσεκάρω με το navigation.
But now, there's bad news about that time-saving route home.
We have a problem with Kiel Canal. It's blocked.
Two cargo vessels have collided in the Kiel Canal, and it's been closed to traffic. Even if it reopens in time for Marco Polo to make her passage, she won't be able to sail through right away.
Also, there is another risk because it's a big line of ships now. They are waiting, more than 20 ships.
Marco Polo cannot afford to sit in a lineup, waiting hours or days to transit the canal. On the other hand, the only other route back would take them over the top of Denmark, but that would add a full day to the trip home.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is your captain speaking from the bridge.
After weighing his options, the captain announces his plans.
The collision of two vessels, we have reluctantly taken the decision to cancel our scheduled call to Nynäshamn, Sweden.
He's dropping the final port of call, buying enough time to sail the longer route home and avoiding the Kiel Canal altogether. It's the only way he's going to make it back to Tilbury on time.
This force majeure situation is very much beyond our control.
Yep, you've got to think on your feet sometimes. Does he want this back, Mum?
Every member of the crew is affected by the change in plans. Susan McKinley is busy refunding passengers for missed shore excursions.
It's just one of those things that happens at sea, unfortunately. Wind, weather, God.
Go on, Pam, that just needs a nudge. There it is.
In the lounge area, it's up to cruise director Matt Dallin to find a silver lining in the stormy sea days ahead.
You've got nearly 800 passengers that are expected to go ashore and do all their excursions. It may have been the place that they really wanted to see. So for me, I have to make that turn it around so everybody enjoys themselves.
Right now, though, everybody has to get through the night. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the storm hits with full fury.
Hand steering. So as I see, the wind is more than 55 knots, and we are running very fast. We have to reduce the speed, otherwise we'll damage the ship.
Yes, good evening.
Hello, Captain speaking. Let's go to 87 and we'll see. Okay, thank you. For now, it's too windy.
It's lockdown time.
All the exits, the gangways, and all the gates.
Marco Polo is running through the very center of the storm. As morning breaks on the Baltic Sea, Marco Polo has passed through the worst of the storm. Cruise director Matt Dallin heads to the bridge to deliver a weather report to the passengers.
Just to let you know, last night the winds were blown over 50 knots, which is force 10 in the Beaufort scale. That goes up to force 12, and we had a force 10 last night.
Not surprisingly, the breakfast buffet is looking pretty empty. Reaction to the experience is a mixed bag among the passengers.
It felt like almost as if we'd hit something, and the boat shuddered, and then suddenly everything off our tables had crashed onto the floor, bottles, glasses, and...
Oh, it was absolutely terrible. I didn't sleep a wink last night at all. It was absolutely awful.
It was absolutely great. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I kept looking out of the window all night long. The spray was going past, the waves were crashing on, and we were up and down. The wardrobe doors were flying open, the drawers were coming open, and it was great.
About the damage?
The captain and staff captain check out Marco Polo to see how she's weathered the storm.
Any maintenance for the
Yes, just the last port where the repainting, the all the paints. Yeah.
It was not the biggest, but one of the biggest storms in my career. So the ship was reacting perfectly. We had no damages at all.
That's what makes this Iron Lady special. But there are still 2 days at sea before they reach the home port of Tilbury. And 800 passengers for Matt to keep entertained.
So we're just on our way to Captain's Club. Obviously a change of itinerary, change of plan. I'm going to go and do some quizzes, jackalope, beanbag bowls, and hopefully lights, camera, action.
Did you survive the night? No, nor did I. Very good. What's going on with the weather? Because it's now beautiful sunshine. We can't predict anything. Which musical instruments?
There is one final treat in store on this voyage. Thanks to her revised route, Marco Polo is going to make a spectacular daytime pass beneath the Great Belt Bridge, which connects the Danish islands of Funen and Zealand. The eastern section is the third longest suspension bridge in the world. 30,000 vehicles cross the 7 kilometers from one side to the other every day.
Height of the bridge is 65 meters from the sea level.
But since her mast tops out at 48 meters, Marco Polo has just the right amount of clearance. It's a picture-perfect finale to a voyage filled with unforgettable experiences.
It's been good. For a Baltic cruise, it has gone well. I'll keep my fingers crossed at that one.
For Cadet Officer Georgian Inash, Marco Polo has offered up a major life lesson.
It's my first ship and will be the best memory of my life, of course.
As she heads back to her home port of Tilbury, even the captain admits this cruise has been one for the books.
In the cruise, we have to pay a visit to the beautiful ports. We must have relaxing days at sea, but also it's very interesting if we have a piece of adventure. That's what we had 2 days ago.
She's been sailing for half a century, but there's still a lifetime of adventure awaiting Marco Polo on the open seas. She's a high-class ship that offers the adventure of a lifetime.
That's the price you have to pay when you want to go to other places.
Not even her crew knows what will happen next.
Don't like the situation.
On this journey, she'll travel back in time, off the beaten track, to destinations where prehistoric creatures roam.
Komodo is top predator.
Le Soléal sets sail for unfamiliar waters, where other cruise ships rarely venture. Le Soléal is a brand new ship designed to explore secluded, out-of-the-way destinations. Remote waters are her playground. She can carry up to 264 passengers. Every one of them expects a personal experience. And they pay for it, up to $10,000 each. With that kind of price tag, the wow factors better add up. Boasting first-class dining, elegant staterooms, and superb facilities, Le Soléal is a floating chateau. She is French, after all. At 11,000 gross tons, Le Soléal is a compact cruiser. Just 142 meters in length, with a shallow draft, she negotiates tight channels and remote coves that larger ships could never reach. Thanks to her fleet of tender boats and zodiacs, guests can make it ashore at even daunting locations. And according to her captain, Le Soléal collects admirers wherever she roams.
First, you look at the ship. The design is unique. There is no other ship looking like this. And everybody noticed. So you are very proud, of course, to be on a ship which is beautifully unique.
The island of Bali is the starting point for Le Soléal's 14-day journey through one of the largest archipelagos on the planet. Indonesia consists of more than 17,000 islands. Less than half of them are inhabited. It's an exotic landscape of unique and diverse wildlife, rumbling volcanoes, and almost 55,000 kilometers of coastline. For this cruise, Le Soléal will sail east from Benoa, then north for a full day to reach Palopo. Returning south, she'll make 2 stops on the island of Flores. She'll visit Komodo Island and its famous dragons, then continue west to the volcanic Isle of Java before returning to Bali. It's a voyage of firsts. Le Soléal has never before traveled these waters, and all but one port will present a new test of the captain's skills.
That's the first time. You never know what is going to be the next day. Every day is a new challenge, and so far so good, I would say. It's always a very interesting job, every day.
It's raining, and that makes boarding a slow, soggy job. But the personal attention goes way beyond most cruise ships, with nearly 1 crew member for every passenger.
Bonjour monsieur, c'est bienvenue à bord.
Captain Genevaz is on deck to drive the point home.
The first impression is the most important. It's also important to make them know at the very beginning that the captain is always visible.
While the captain offers up his personal touch,
So you can see we have these numbers.
Staff Captain Charbel de Air keeps his eye on the details.
Now we can see that the forward we have 4.7 as draft. As staff captain, I have the responsibility of the discipline. I can be also the bad boy. It's for the discipline when there is warning and there's something going wrong. I'm the right hand of the captain, so during the maneuver, sometimes to back up, do the communication. I'm responsible also about the safety, the security.
The staff captain also oversees the delicate operations they'll employ to get passengers safely ashore in remote Indonesian locations. Le Soléal is scheduled to leave at 11 p.m., but as the last few suitcases come aboard, there's a hitch. The airline has lost one piece of a family's luggage, and Dad is steamed. He demands the ship wait until the bag is recovered, delaying the entire voyage. Finding the lost bag falls to hotel manager Eric Noir.
Yes, 7 pieces out of 8. The one is missing. So that will be something. Let's see. Now we're going to please 5 people and one will scream. We're gonna see. Try to keep on smiling.
Only the 2? Do you know if we got all of them?
Missing one.
Missing one?
Check the numbers.
Eric confirms the bag is not in Indonesia. Where it is a total mystery.
It's a minor thing, but especially because it's only missing one bag for the whole family. It's a good story, except for this family who's very upset. But I get over it.
That one single suitcase delays the departure by a full half hour. But by 11:30 p.m., Captain Genevaz decides to move out. If found, the missing bag can be redirected to another port.
Port 10?
Port 10.
In the dead of night, Le Soléal slips out of Bali. By 6 a.m., the first destination is at hand. And the crew is up early to ready the ship's secret weapons. 12 Zodiacs, nimble inflatable boats intended to ferry passengers to otherwise inaccessible landings. But this morning, they're carrying crew members on a reconnaissance mission. Because the ship is not where she's supposed to be. Overnight, the weather has changed, bringing a severe swell. That makes the planned visit to a pristine beach at Tanjung On impossible. So Le Soléal is diverted to the nearby Gili Islands, a mystery destination to everyone on board. Cruise director Jérôme Pierre has less than 1 hour to find the perfect beach experience for his passengers, and he's never set foot here before.
Go and scout the nearest beach or the best beach that for the conditions and for the swell and everything, and then we decide if this beach is good enough for the passengers. Morning.
On shore, it's a bust. Jérôme finds only rustic beachfront cafes.
Morning. We'll bring some people.
He knows this won't pass muster with Le Soléal's demanding clientele. He has high standards to maintain, no matter what it costs.
And the passengers, they usually after a bit more luxury. So I'm just looking for a spot where we could use, which has swimming pools and stuff like that.
On va aller voir là-bas, on va aller suivre les bateaux parce que s'il y a les bateaux là-bas, ça a l'air d'être bien.
And the clock is ticking to find a solution. The luxury cruise ship Le Soléal is on her second day of a 2-week cruise to remote exotic islands in Indonesia. But the weather isn't cooperating. Monsoon swells have forced Captain Rémi Genevaz to divert away from the remote, pristine beach that was their first scheduled destination. Cruise director Jérôme Pierre is on the hunt for a picturesque alternative.
Yeah, 50 minutes. Good morning.
This hotel holds promise, if it pans out.
Let me check with my manager about this. Then.
Okay.
I'll let you know then. Are
When?
you going around?
But no, because in fact we're just waiting for your answer, and then we go back to the
So
ship.
just wait a second in 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
This place is perfect. Even if it rains, they can shelter here. We've found the perfect spot, even though the approach is not easy. The place is good. Thank you very much.
Jerome closes the deal.
Charbel, Jean.
Now he just has to bring his guests ashore. But unsettled weather is rolling in.
So you see the direction of the wind, and you look at the clouds, you reckon it's gonna come soon. So hopefully it will hold until noon. That would be the idea.
Back on Le Soléal, Jerome and Captain Geneviève weigh their options for boarding the Zodiacs. Though the ship is positioned to block the wind, rolling seas still make boarding an ordeal.
We have quite a little bit of swell. It happens from time to time. The captain is gonna try to reposition the ship, so we have a bit less.
The trip ashore is just as rough. And soon after they arrive, the skies open with a Southeast Asian deluge.
Some of them, they came, they are happy because it's raining. Some of them not so happy, but well, we are doing our best. We have around 60 or 70 passengers ashore. I think the weather had a big part of this, that the passengers would like to go. And the swell, I hope, will be softer. We'll see.
After only an hour ashore, it's time to seek cover back aboard the ship. Jerome's last-minute excursion is a washout. Passengers return, hoping for a less drenching adventure in the days to come. Later that evening, the rain becomes a distant memory, with diners seduced by the cuisine of executive chef Philippe Tremel.
Okay, so I need 2 sole, 1 duck, 1 more sole. I mean, you have to manage, huh? Sometimes it's really like a big rush. You have to keep calm and concentrate because go very fast. Pick up 1 bavette, medium rare. Then after you have to make sure each plate it's complete. If it's not, you send it back and they do it again. Je vais avoir 2 canards appetizer.
Chef's gourmet dishes are complemented by attentive and elegant service in the dining room. Under the watchful eye of maitre d' Frank de Silva.
What is important is to react right away, not when the dinner is finished. There is too late.
16 impeccably trained servers elevate the experience at every table.
You have to have a good team.
On the menu tonight, duck confit, tender sole, and steak grilled to perfection. The epitome of fine dining. It's a performance they will have to pull off for 3 meals a day, 14 days straight. Day 3. And dawn breaks on an urgent note. Eulalie Bach is the ship's second officer.
I just received a distress from MFHF.
An unknown vessel has broadcast an SOS. Her crew is in imminent danger.
To our ship, so all the ships in the area will receive this message. And we have the position here, latitude and longitude.
Le Soléal sails remote and risky waters all over the world. So her crew takes distress calls like this very seriously.
Tu dis si on est loin ou pas.
Maritime law dictates that the closest ship rush to the aid of any vessel in peril. If the distressed ship is nearby, Le Soléal's luxury cruise could become a rescue mission. Eulalie checks the ship's coordinates with Cadet Antoine Barnouan.
So it's way too far from here. 1,500 nautical miles from here.
It's hundreds of kilometers away, off the coast of Australia.
We're actually here, and the distress signal was on here, so southwest of Australia.
It's quite...
So way too far.
It would take Le Soléal over 4 days to reach her.
We receive message from the shore that they acknowledge the distress and they will make search and rescue, or I don't know. And for the moment we wait.
Word comes in. It will be up to Australian authorities to launch a rescue. And Le Soléal can return to her own luxury voyage. After a full day at sea, the ship nears her second port of call, Palopo, on the island of Sulawesi, a place known better to Westerners for its coffee than as a luxury cruise port.
C'est bon.
This harbor will put the captain's navigational skills to the test.
This is the first time I come. According to the chart, it's only 1 meter below the keel. That's all.
In these shallow, unfamiliar waters, he doesn't just rely on digital data that might lack detail. The captain cross-references everything with paper charts. It's confirmed. There is only a meter of water between the ship and the ocean floor. That's tricky. An encounter with an unmapped sandbar or reef could ground or cripple the ship. It has happened before. A few months ago, Le Soléal ran aground on an uncharted sandbar off Russia. The captain on board that cruise managed to float the ship off with no damage. But Captain Genevieve is determined that it not happen here on his watch.
But you never know what it's gonna be like exactly.
The captain and his entire bridge team are locked in total concentration.
I think that when you're approaching a pier like that, where you know that there is not much water below the keel, sometimes the ship can have some strange behavior, not as usual. It reacts differently. Hot mate? Pareil beaucoup. No.
At this very moment, Le Soléal is just inching toward the pier.
Bosco, you keep the slack, you keep the slack of the spring.
Stop and position.
Everyone can breathe now. The captain has negotiated a textbook arrival without even a scratch. Passengers disembark. They're eager to encounter scenes untouched by time. And while they're gone, the crew gets to work, keeping the ravages of saltwater in check. It's a matter of pride for hotel manager Eric Noir.
Yes, it's cosmetic, but it's important. Because it looks not nice. As today we're alongside, and we have the right to paint. If they can do some touch-up, it's good.
The painters are not the only ones doing touch-ups.
Lukman?
Chief housekeeper Giovanna Tancredi oversees the cleaning of every one of the ship's luxurious staterooms, with a fine eye for every detail.
Hilo dusting, huh? So, yeah. Let's check the bathroom also. Always check the back of the mirror also, because when the guest touch, we always have fingerprints, the shelf. Still to be clean, huh? The bathtub, yes. Okay.
Since they are moored at the pier, mechanic David Valentin takes the opportunity to work on the ship's tender boats, an unseen but critically important job.
I must keep all the time working, anytime, any hour, doesn't matter, they must work. It's very difficult because we don't have space to work, and all the parts are very hot.
Out-of-service tenders are not an option. In an emergency, they double as lifeboats, and without them, it takes a lot longer to get everyone ashore.
And we must have all the time two tender.
As night falls, passengers return to their luxurious floating hotel. Meanwhile, Le Soléal has drawn a crowd of local fans. In tiny Palopo, an opulent ship like this is a rare sight.
It's pretty unusual, but it's fun, really. I mean, it's yeah, it does not happen very often, but it's nice because you can see that it's coming from the heart. It's nice, really.
A fabulous send-off. But up ahead, there's another challenge to be faced. It's a place called Larantuka on the eastern end of Flores Island. The channel leading to this tiny port town is dangerously narrow and poorly charted.
Port 10, sir.
But there's no harbor pilot to guide the ship safely through the maze. The team on the bridge has to tackle it alone. It's day 6 of Le Soléal's 2-week cruise through the Indonesian archipelago. On the horizon, Captain Remy Genevaz sizes up his next navigational challenge. The approach to Larantuka on the island of Flores. The only way in is through a tiny, poorly charted strait. Though Le Soléal is not a huge ship, she may be too big for this channel.
We don't have very accurate chart of this strait. The only thing I know for sure that if I keep the middle of the channel, I'm on the safe side.
The volcanic landscape here narrows the strait to just 650 meters, with submerged, unseen rocky outcroppings on either side. The pull of the tidal current is strongest at this narrow point. Drift off course, and the ship could run aground. The captain uses skill and instinct to read the channel, relying entirely on what he can see, and worrying about what he can't see. But this is exactly what his guests have signed up for.
Port 2.
An out-of-the-way destination most other cruisers will never experience.
200.
Helmsman Neil Pahila gingerly steers the ship into the narrow channel. That's when the battle with the current really begins.
As you can see, the ship is difficult to be kept on the right course. So we are now close to the most narrow passage between these two capes. As you can see, there are a lot of crossing traffic, small boats. Port 5.
Port 5.
Moving at less than 5 knots, or 9 kilometers per hour, Le Soléal never deviates from the center of the channel.
Larantuka port control, Larantuka port control, this is motor vessel Le Soléal, Le Soléal. Do you read me over?
But as they arrive at the dock,
On fera dépasser l'avant et l'arrière. L'avant, l'arrière.
Oui, l'avant et l'arrière, tu auras 10 mètres en moins.
Et on équilibre.
there's bad news. The pier here is a weather-beaten hazard. Its rubber bumpers, called fenders, are either falling apart or missing altogether. The captain worries his pristine vessel is about to get roughed up.
The pier is in bad conditions, and the fender, half of them are almost destroyed, so you have to be very, very careful when you're approaching such a pier. When you have a brand new ship, you're taking care of the paint. So we made it.
With the ship tied up, executive chef Philippe Tremel heads out on a culinary adventure.
I go to markets, see if I can find some new stuff.
He's in search of memorable local products to spice up his menus.
You know, you meet local people, you bargain a little bit, it's fun.
And just maybe, he'll land the most coveted fish in these waters, an entire tuna.
How much to go to English? Bazar, bazar. Bye-bye. Ah voilà, ça c'est bien, ça c'est bien. Hello. How much 1 kilo? 1 kilo.
Berapa 1 kilo? Jahe.
Yeah, big, big.
25.
25, okay, 2 kilo.
2 kilo.
2 kilo. C'est un peu dur quand même.
The market is a treasure trove of fresh local greens.
Ça va pas aller. Cancun?
Cancun, also known as water spinach, has been on the chef's wish list since the voyage started.
Okay, give me 5 kilos.
5 kilos.
Espèce d'épinards. Ça avec un peu de gingembre, ça fait pas en chaud en fait. It's quite nice. Yeah. That's fine. We get some taro roots, some fish. Unfortunately, we didn't get any big tuna because they are all cut already.
This chef won't take chances on a fish sliced up by someone else. So his hunt for a whole fish will have to pick up at the next port of call. The next day, Le Soléal arrives at the port of Ende on the southern coast of Flores Island. Captain Rémi Genevaz braces himself for yet another unknown, potentially hazardous port.
Actually, I don't know much because it's the first time, once again, that I'm coming to this harbor. I have few information about it. I only know that the pier is 75 meters long, which is not very long.
Measuring a tidy 142 meters, Le Soléal has room to spare at most docks. But she's nearly twice as long as the pier where she'll tie up next. And there's another problem. An uncharted buoy blocks the dock. It just might signal a dangerous underwater obstacle that could rip into the hull. As Le Soléal sails through remote Southeast Asian waters, every port is an adventure. After all, she was built for luxury thrill seekers. But that means the bridge team's skills are constantly tested. On this approach to Ende, Indonesia, Captain Rémi Genevaz has encountered an uncharted buoy that just might mark danger below.
I don't know what is this buoy. I have no information about it. Not much space. Huh? Out to port.
Out to port.
Very tight.
The captain was planning on bringing Le Soléal in bow first. But the buoy makes that maneuver impossible. He now decides to pivot the ship 180 degrees and parallel park her, slipping into the narrow gap between the buoy and the pier.
I'm swinging the ship on port side, and we're gonna then back to the pier.
Captain Genevaz guides her alongside the tiny pier with pinpoint precision.
It's always a bit uncomfortable when you don't know the whole story, when you...
Safely docked in Ende, there's a welcome surprise for Chef Philippe Tremel. The whole fresh fish he was seeking has come to him. It's not a tuna, but a wild grouper that exceeds Philippe's expectations.
See, it's red. Very red. The eyes is very nice. It's very, very fresh.
This catch of the day will take the place of honor on tonight's menu. Philippe sends the resourceful fishermen out for more. And there's more good luck.
The missing suitcase, rather.
A missing bag has finally caught up with the ship, 6 days after departure.
It was left in Paris, actually. Went back to Amsterdam to Paris. Then they put it on the flight to Bali. Okay. And then our agent gave it to one of our representatives in Bali. And they flew it to another place that I can't remember the name. And then they had to drive 3 hours to bring it here. In the end, we got it before the end of the cruise. But the passengers are quite happy to get it.
With the weather improving, Le Soléal's unconventional voyage is looking up. After a full day's travel, the luxury ship will reach one of the highlights of the voyage, a visit to the land of dragons, Komodo Island.
Bonjour, vous avez les
This is the day many have been waiting for. Komodo Island is a UNESCO World Heritage Site and home to one of the rarest and strangest beasts on the planet. Scientists believe these giant lizards date back to 4 million years ago. Only about 5,000 still walk the Earth, and Komodo National Park is their one protected refuge. There are no fences or cages here. The Komodo dragons roam freely. Visitors can get up close and personal with these carnivores, which are known to take down deer and the occasional human. Local handlers keep the giant reptiles at bay, but sticks are all that stand between them and the visitors.
So it's nice to see them there, but you at all times are aware that they can explode, right? And run to you, and you know, they can make a lot of damage. So it's a kind of a fear-like kind of experience. It's enjoyable, but at the same time, you have to be cautious.
The dragon handlers warn their guests that they must never let down their guard.
It's very be careful because the dragon almost sleeping look like, but suddenly they attack. But already have blood, so they follow the blood. Komodo is top predator. Komodo always the dangerous. Yeah.
What the passengers don't know is that the locals feed the Komodo dragons the day before, making them at least a little less hungry for human flesh. There's a second wonder awaiting the passengers on Komodo Island, one that isn't quite so dangerous.
Anybody for Pink Beach? Next stop, Pink Beach. You can't walk here, you have to come with a boat.
Pink Beach takes its name from the color of the crushed coral lining its shore.
Thrilling to know that you have big dragons a few meters away and they don't come here. So, well, they don't come here yet. So it's quite nice to have this.
Beneath these waters lies one of the most spectacular snorkeling experiences anywhere on Earth. Cruise director Jérôme Pierre and staff captain Charbel Daer plunge right in. Moments like this remind Jérôme why he has worked on cruise ships for 25 years.
From the start, there's some stressful moments, but then there's some pretty awesome ones as well. So that's what keeps us going. Once you're used to this and your children are used to seeing you leave and come back, it's fine. So it's going to be a beautiful day.
On land and underwater, this day is all about making memories.
It's amazing to see how many fishes we can see just by snorkeling. We just see a turtle and some calamaris as well, and the trumpet fishes. Well, it's like being in a live aquarium.
And after a day in nature's wonderland, more elegant shipboard pampering. From Komodo Island, Le Soléal has a 36-hour journey to her next destination, Probolinggo on East Java, to one of the world's most active volcanoes, Mount Bromo. In an isolated location like this, logistics don't come easily for shore excursions manager Laure Kramarijas.
To organize, just have to try to do the best. So sometimes you just think that you have a big bus and you have a small bus, and after that the guy doesn't speak French, he speaks German, you don't know why. And but everything looks sunny today, so everything goes well for the moment, and we will see after. No, that's good.
Numéro 4.
It's a hectic half hour, making sure each of the 100 guests gets on the right bus.
Let's go. Yes, now we go. Fortunately, everybody is here on time, more or less.
The drive to the volcano is just 50 kilometers, but it takes more than 2 hours to traverse the steep and twisting route. At the foot of the volcano, passengers transfer to jeeps. Then the trip continues on horseback. Finally, it's a steep, demanding climb to the top on foot.
The horse riding was super. I hadn't ridden a horse for about 20 years, but they helped me on the horse. And I don't think there are 200 steps. I only counted about 150 steps. And I would recommend it. The view at the top is well worth coming.
Bromo has erupted 3 times in the last decade. Today, it just rumbles and grumbles, spewing smoke. Passengers old and young experience sights and sounds that they will never forget.
It was very tiring, but she wouldn't stop the whole way. So she dragged me up. It was amazing feeling up there. It was quite eerie, but quite sensational. And yes, we had fun.
Le Soleal's excursions off the beaten track seem to be going perfectly. But that run of good luck is about to change. Le Soleal promises her passengers will venture to raw, unspoiled places other cruise lines rarely visit. But raw also means tricky landings in tough conditions. On day 11 of her luxury expedition to Indonesia, Captain Remy Genevaz comes up against 3-meter swells. So he's forced to divert a planned landing, looking instead for a more sheltered port.
That is the reason why we have decided to reposition the ship here on the north coast, where we are sheltered from the swell coming like this.
On this side of the island, they are much further from the attractions on shore. Still, it's safer than fighting the swells.
Trying to figure out what would be the best side of the bay to find the right place for dropping anchor.
The water here is too deep to drop the anchor. But closer to shore, the ocean floor may rise dramatically, and the ship could bottom out.
We don't have very chart. The chart is not accurate. Here we have still nearly 200 meters of water.
A critical decision has to be made.
On était à la bonne position. Yes, we are not almost positioned, but not encore.
Figure out a safe place to anchor the ship in unknown waters, or scrap the trip ashore altogether.
Ouais, c'est bon, reçu.
Leaving the ship with a boatload of very unhappy guests.
At this point, I think that we cannot drop anchor. I mean, so far, we cannot drop anchor because I have no accurate chart. I cannot go closer.
Only a close-up examination will reveal if this harbor poses any threats to Le Soleal. So Staff Captain Charbel de Air heads out on reconnaissance.
Don't like the situation.
Charbel's instincts are correct. This harbor is much too shallow for Le Soleal.
Zodiac, comment?
His advice to the captain, stay put. But they still need to figure out how to get the passengers safely ashore. There is a pier here, which might mean they can use the larger tender boats to bring passengers ashore, high and dry. But when they bring a tender over on a test run, it's clear there are too many hazards in the water to use them.
We have this plastic thing which is stuck with the propeller, so we are trying to remove it. They don't want to remove their boat, even if we pay.
Jerome and Charbel must make do with the Zodiacs.
Well, we're going to try with the Zodiac to see what we can do because the ramp is quite steep, and so we have to make sure that we don't have anybody having wet feet or broken legs.
Yes, it's easy for us as young as seamen. We need to find for the passengers that we have. There's some of them 60 or 70 years old. And also we need to, for the moment, it's not a real expedition cruise. We need to try to find something comfortable for them and safe.
While Charbel deals with the logistics of getting passengers ashore, excursions manager Laure Cramaregis has had only a couple of hours to figure out how to get them inland for their excursion. She has to bus passengers to the other side of the island. Coming ashore may be more of an adventure than the guests expected as they tackle the precarious pier. But the crew employs extra care and a strong grip to get everyone safely on shore. Once again, Jerome and his team have pulled it off.
That's the price you have to pay when you want to do different things, go to other places, and go to where other ships don't go. Doing this takes a lot of energy.
It's time for the payoff, a 2-hour trip inland to witness a rare and thrilling horseback ritual.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much again for your...
It's called Pasola. Opposing teams confront each other on horseback, wielding bamboo spears. They battle vigorously until blood is drawn. Local tradition says spilled blood fertilizes the rice crop. After a 6-hour excursion, it's another 2 hours by bus back to the shore, much later than originally planned. With night falling, Le Soleal's crew isn't taking any chances with that dodgy pier. So the tired guests must wait on the beach for the Zodiacs. And that might just make an already long day a lot longer. 50 people are waiting on a beach in a remote, uncharted harbor, eager to return to the cruise ship Le Soleal.
Excuse me, sir.
They can see the ship anchored just offshore. Her Zodiacs are their only means of transport back from the beach.
I wouldn't call it comfortable.
With night falling, the crew is working hard and hoping that everyone keeps their cool after a long day in the hot sun. As he keeps watch for weary stragglers, Staff Captain Charbel Daer counts the minutes until everyone is back on board.
At the end, now we are happy, everyone is happy. We still have 20 minutes to bring everybody home, and I will let you know if it's great.
Most cruise ships pride themselves on a voyage with no surprises. Not Le Soleal. The unpredictable, spontaneous moments are part of her charm.
It was fascinating. It made the whole trip much more fun. It was quite tricky, actually, but it was great fun. You go on there and you think, oh, now for a shower.
Of course, all that onboard care and attention goes a long way, as a day of adventure ends with a civilized touch.
This one is very nice, Burgundy.
A one-day sailing back to Bali, and Le Soleal readies for her next voyage.
It's okay, Bosco. Okay, yeah.
There's no such thing as a routine cruise on this ship. It's all about going with the flow.
We are now at Anchorage, so you can come at the marina. You are more than welcome.
Okay, thank you.
The captain and crew work their magic, improvising and adapting to each unique excursion.
You imagine that we are paid, the people come pay maybe $10,000 or $5,000 to do this cruise, and we are paid to do this. So I'm really in love with this ship and this type of cruise.
This company always tries to keep a little surprise effect on the cruise. Whether we're in Antarctica or doing the Northwest Passage or any expedition cruise, within this itinerary we keep open slots where we can actually do things like this.
Sailing into uncharted waters, exploring hidden coves, tackling unexpected challenges. That's the quest for Captain Rémi Génévaz.
You can get tired of this. I feel like really lucky because we got to go almost everywhere in the world and in some very remote areas where nobody goes. You don't do this kind of job without passion. That would be impossible.
For Le Soléal, a new adventure always awaits. She travels oceans and rivers to reach Asia's most exotic cities.
It's gonna be fun.
From jungles in Thailand to the enticing culture of Vietnam, Azamara Journey must endure nature's fury
I need all your team.
and nasty surprises.
And now the pipe explodes.
On the way to breathtaking beauty. Azamara Journey is in a class of her own. Many of the world's most interesting urban centers are found on narrow, winding rivers that big cruise ships can't navigate. But Azamara Journey is just 180 meters long, half the length of the world's largest cruise ship. And that means she's small enough to travel up rivers right into downtown. On this trip, Azamara Journey will sail to Asia, and it won't be easy. These waters are known for strong currents and shallow rivers with sharp turns. But that doesn't deter Captain Jason Ikiadis.
This route in particular is one of my favorites, and I've done it many times, but overall, no matter how many times we go to a particular port, it's always different, it's always exciting.
On this voyage, Azamara Journey begins in Singapore. She then sails to Thailand to visit the island of Koh Samui, then the capital city of Bangkok. From there, Azamara Journey will head to Vietnam, with stops in Ho Chi Minh City and Ha Long Bay, the gateway to Hanoi, before finishing her 3,900-kilometer journey in Hong Kong. And she stays in most ports overnight. Passengers get to explore each city for a couple of days, not just an afternoon. Captain Ikiadis has seen it all. He's sailed just about everywhere, commanding cruise ships, cargo vessels, even a Saudi Arabian yacht. But it is sailing up rivers he loves the most.
You just feel completely in the zone when you're doing it right.
And the first thing they have to get right is bringing everything and everyone on board the ship in just 6 hours. In the cruise terminal, 631 passengers and their bags are checking in. Out on the dock, 10,000 kilograms of fruit and vegetables are being loaded into the holds. But not just anything will do for this luxury cruise.
Yeah. Oh, you can smell it. It smells very good, huh? Yeah, no, they smell fresh.
Master Chef Frédéric Camonine personally checks every shipment to ensure he has the best ingredients.
For example, this one is not the best product I will expect for us, you know. So this one is going to go back now, and are gonna get some new ones. Because again, as I told you before, we don't take anything which is not as an upscale quality.
So we're entering the traffic lane and moving.
It's 3:30, 90 minutes to go before departure. On the bridge, the captain briefs the crew on the unique challenges of Singapore Harbour.
Once we're transiting this area, on your toes, because there's normally a significant amount of small craft going across the lanes.
Each day, 1,000 vessels sail through here, from massive cargo ships to tiny fishing boats.
You'll get a few local craft, perhaps even a few crazies here. So bridge team, as we're coming through here, again, on your toes.
The captain has navigated through this harbor dozens of times. But today, he wants to give one of his officers some hands-on training.
I want to drive, but also I have that dilemma that I know that I have to give away a certain amount of the drives to the team.
It will be up to Staff Captain Michalis Kappas to steer the ship through the heavy traffic of Singapore Harbour.
It is very challenging because you do have the weather, you have a lot of traffic, you have the sailing in the river, so for me, Asia is one of the most challenging areas in the world to navigate.
Michalis aspires to command a ship of his own. But first, he needs to be at the con, in control of the ship, for 200 maneuvers. Like taking the ship in or out of port, or through challenging waterways. Singapore certainly qualifies. After 6 hours of loading, everything is on board. It is time to go.
Hard to port. Yeah, have the controls.
Captain, we have the controls.
Yes. Midships?
6 knots is max, yeah?
Yes.
Through here.
And just give a kick ahead, just to get the speed.
The ship faces an armada of oil tankers. Half of the world's crude oil comes through here each year for refining. Now, Azamara Journey has to make her way through these tankers to reach the sea. It's like trying to sprint across a busy highway.
So we have the challenge of taking all the ships going across one lane and then turning a hard left into the flow that we need to follow.
But as she heads out, one of these ships is in her way. It is crossing directly in front of Azamara Journey.
The eastbound vessel is doing 14 knots.
It's decision time for Michalis.
It's a bit tight.
Yeah.
But
should Azamara Journey slow down to a crawl?
1 degree to port.
Or speed up to get past her?
I'm gonna overtake this vessel from her port side, so I'm just gonna start altering.
The engines increase speed to 18 knots, or 33 kilometers per hour.
Just turning quick.
Yeah.
The staff captain's maneuver brings the two ships within 200 meters of each other. It's close, but not too close.
10 degrees to port, please.
The captain has some advice for his protege. Next time, look for a more open route.
If you'd gone that side, you would have still had plenty of room. I think, in fact, even more room if you'd like gone in between.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're not getting much room.
For Michalis, his first turn with the con on this voyage has been a tense learning experience.
The maneuver went well. We're exiting the harbor, and of course then Singapore Strait is one of the busiest areas in the world, so everybody had to be alert, vigilant.
The ship has mastered Singapore Harbor, but there's more adventure on the way. Tomorrow, Azamara Journey will arrive in Thailand, a place of charm and chaos. It is day 2 of Azamara Journey's 2-week cruise of Southeast Asia. For most of the voyage, passengers will spend 1 or 2 days at each destination. But today is an exception. The ship will be stopping for a 6-hour adventure on the island playground of Koh Samui in Thailand. There are all sorts of hidden hazards on this misty morning.
Another interesting day. It's gonna be fun.
For Staff Captain Michalis Kappas, what lies under the ship is just as hazardous as what's ahead of her.
The clearance under us is only 6 meters, so it's quite shallow. And of course, the more we approach to the port, the more shallow we'll get.
There are a lot of places to run aground here. So Captain Jason Ikiatis wants to keep 5 meters of water between the ship's hull and the harbor floor.
That buoy's a buoy. If it's isolated danger, it's just sitting on top of something that we need to be aware of, whether it be shallow or wreck.
As the bridge team carefully navigates the harbor, down below, the galleys are busy with the first brunch of the voyage. Many passengers will eat and run. They're eager to get ashore.
It's gonna be quite busy. We have only 5-6 hours of stay here. We have a lot of people going on excursions, about 280 people, so we need to make sure we're gonna have a smooth operation and we don't have any delays.
Liesel Eckstein is in charge of shore excursions. It's her job to get passengers from the ship to tour buses on shore.
We're very lucky in Asia. Normally the tours run very, very smoothly, but it's a challenge getting the guest on and off the tender. So I will communicate with you and you will communicate.
This morning, she is checking some last-minute details with hotel director Heike Berdos.
Staff Captain has approved that we can use the 2 platforms to get the people off rather fast. So
The passengers will travel to shore on the ship's enclosed lifeboats, called tenders. 300 guests have to be ferried across the harbor in just 1 hour to a single small dock on the island. And it's Liesel's job to make sure that everything goes smoothly, no delays, and with no one getting lost.
I'm going to go ahead before. I'm going to try and get off on the first tender if I can, just to make sure that everything is done, the signs are done, everything is up to date as per our schedule. Absolutely.
Thank you. See you later. Thank you.
Up on the bridge, the team has safely steered the ship into position, 2 kilometers offshore. It's time to drop anchor.
Boat deck, you can lower the tenders in the water.
Good morning. Have a good trip. Good morning.
I love Azamara because it's a little bit more relaxed. No formal nights. It's good food, nice people. Thailand!
The first taste of Thailand is pandemonium. As passengers land on shore, they are besieged by dozens of local guides.
You're trying to distinguish your guests going on tour from all the independents, so we're pretty used to having this madness happening every time in this port.
Liesel struggles to direct the passengers to the tour buses she's reserved.
In some parts of the world, this is how it happens. You just have to go with the flow. We're losing someone.
Most guests need help just to reach the buses.
The challenge we do have is with the independent vendors vying for the business, and trying to just get them to move a little bit out of the way is a pretty daunting task.
Some passengers are going solo. They brave the Thai traffic to explore the island on their own. But for the other guests, Liesel has arranged a more serene way to explore Koh Samui. The elephant is Thailand's national symbol. These gentle giants once worked in the logging industry. But today, most make a living giving leisurely tours of the Thai countryside. By 1 o'clock, it is time to leave the elephants and return to the ship. It is up to Liesel and Heike to make sure the guests get there. But just as the tenders are about to arrive, there's a snag. Another boat has slipped into their parking spot.
We just had a local boat coming alongside. Should have been our dock, so that's why it's a little bit delayed.
It's 35 degrees and the passengers are exhausted. This beautiful day could be ruined right here.
Sorbet, welcome home.
But Heike knows how to cool down those hot tempers and buy some time.
Passion fruit, raspberry, refreshment. Thank you.
Refreshing.
After some haggling with the local boat, the parking problem is solved.
Welcome to Azamara, thank you.
The guests can finally board the tenders. But there are still a few passengers missing. If they are delayed on Liesel's tour buses, the ship will wait. But if they are exploring Koh Samui on their own, Heike says they could be out of luck.
We hope never to leave anyone behind. The good thing is, of course, if tours come really late, we will wait for sure. If independent guests, depends, you know, then possibly we will have to go. We leave the agent here on the dock and wait until that person comes. If necessary, we would give the passports to the agent so the guest has a chance to fly and join us in the next port of call.
Back on the ship, 2 of the tenders have arrived and are being stowed away. And on shore, the last passenger arrives. With everyone accounted for, it is finally time to pack up and get back to the ship.
Lisa, what do you think? How did it go?
Absolutely exquisite. The guests loved it. We were speaking to a lot of the guests coming off, and they all said fantastic. Their guides were excellent, and what was great was that the guides spoke English nearly perfect.
The last tender hurries back to the ship. They're a little late in leaving, but the captain's not worried.
The required speed to get to Bangkok is sort of just over 16 knots, which is well within our capabilities, even if we're a little bit late.
The passengers have had their first adventure of the trip. But for the crew, the adventures are just beginning. Tomorrow, the ship will head up her first river to reach Thailand's most famous city, Bangkok. It's day 3 of a 15-day cruise through Asia. This morning, Azamara Journey is traveling upriver to Bangkok, Thailand. Passengers go ashore, but there's no rush. Unlike other cruises, this ship will be here for 2 full days, not just a few hours. The weather is perfect for sightseeing and for eating outside. So head chef Frédéric Camonin has decided to serve dinner al fresco tonight in a giant buffet.
This is a perfect duck breast now. So whatever we do, any kind of sauce we're using, everything is made fresh. There is nothing coming from a magic box. So yes, it's a lot of production, but if you have a lot of organization, it goes very well.
Here, thanks.
After dinner, it will be cruise director Eric de Grey's job to keep the guests entertained.
Good. Oh, it's morning for you, is it? Well, it was one of those nights, was it? Well done. Typical Canadian, yes.
Eric is originally from Canada. He's in charge of making sure everyone has a good time, so he pulls double duty, cruise director by day and Broadway-trained performer by night.
Sorry, everybody. While we're discussing ABBA, can I just remind of the line again?
The dancers and singers who back him up hail from Broadway and Las Vegas.
You ready back there, boys? I feel so fortunate that I worked for companies like Azamara over my career, and I've been able to see every part of the world, of every continent. I've touched every continent as of a year and a half ago, Antarctica. So the cue for that, Nedjed, is, ladies and gentlemen, I leave you with my tribute to Lord Andrew Lloyd Webber.
While Eric gets ready for the stage, most passengers are exploring Bangkok. They've discovered chaotic traffic and pockets of tranquility. The Buddha can be found everywhere here, on the streets, and in the more than 400 temples that are scattered all over the city. When passengers return for dinner, they find a feast waiting for them on the pool deck. It takes 58 cooks, 3 galleys, and 40 servers to get dinner set up on deck. And some special skills with a chisel to help out with the presentation. By 7 o'clock, it is all ready. 500 guests dine beneath the stars in the warm Thai breeze.
Well, tonight we are in Bangkok, Thailand, and it's our first overnight. So what we do, very often we do some outdoor buffet. And this is the first one for this cruise, and you can see behind me it's very, very well attended.
A little night magic, a perfect way to celebrate the first of 2 days in Bangkok. And after dinner, the guests head downstairs for a bit of cabaret.
But it is true, ladies and gentlemen, I am the Tommy Toon of Azamara Cruise Lines. That's for all my American friends out there. I'm exactly 5'18", and I'm a god to the Filipino crew.
The next day, guests head out to explore more of Bangkok. More than 8 million people live here, but there's a great way to avoid the traffic. The canals. Bangkok has been called the Venice of the East. 2,300 kilometers of canals snake through the city. Even lunch can be found on the water in the city's famous floating market. After 2 days in Bangkok, the ship is set to leave for her next destination, Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. But going downriver in Bangkok can be tricky. Captain Jason Ikiatis is required to have a local pilot on board.
Well, it's not uncommon to interrupt the pilot on these passages. So if we need to do that, you've got my full support to interrupt the pilot if you're in any doubt as to his intentions.
Down on the dock, the Bangkok harbor pilot arrives.
Hello, Captain.
He knows this river like the back of his hand. But as soon as the pilot reaches the bridge, there is a problem. His plan for pulling away from the pier doesn't sound right to the captain.
But then you have the shallow water, so it's
No,
the same
shallower,
thing.
they're shallower.
The pilot wants the ship to turn around in a large arc, but that means forcing the bow into heavy traffic before the turn is complete. The captain is certain it's safer to pivot the ship close to the dock, then merge into traffic to head downriver.
He was suggesting today that we should turn down there. But in this particular instance, there's a ship behind us, so you've got to come out a bit further, which will, if we turn, we'll push ourselves farther over that way, and there's barges over there. The thing about here is, if we're trying to turn as much as possible within ourselves here, you've got less obstruction.
Compared to the cargo ships the pilot is used to, Azamara Journey can turn on a dime. Staff Captain Michalis Kappas tries to explain this to the pilot, but he isn't listening.
I have to inform you, I have to let you know. And we have 2 conventional rudders, and the maximum draft is 5.8.
Because of everything will occur.
It's sometimes very difficult to agree with the pilots here because they are dealing also with other type of vessels that they have different maneuverability. Mostly they are doing with cargo vessels that they don't have stern thrusters or bow thrusters, or they don't have 2 propellers. So we were trying to explain to him that our ship was capable enough to do the maneuver at that point.
180 is the ship.
The pilot knows the harbor, but he doesn't know this ship. To draw her nose directly away from the pier, Azamara Journey is equipped with a pair of bow thrusters. Behind her rear propellers, she has 2 rudders that can each pivot 40 degrees in either direction. These 2 components are intended to enable her to get out of tight parking spaces like this one. But the pilot is unconvinced. He's sure his way is the only way.
Where is the shallow water there?
Michalis will be in control for the sail out. But he's got a tough choice to make. Side with the pilot's local knowledge or follow his captain's instincts?
To all the bridge team, we're going to go with the initial plan. We're going to make a port turn here.
Now it's time to see who's right.
Yes, we are clear. About 5 meters.
The turn begins.
12 meters dead of turn from the center line.
The stern comes perilously close to the dock. And as the ship swings around, it appears the bow is headed straight for the nearby cargo vessels.
Steering inside, controls in the middle. Hard to port.
It's a tight squeeze, but the turn works. And the captain is pleased his number 2 dared to overrule the pilot.
Very good maneuver. Very good. We always win.
It went quite well, better than I expected. It was one of the most difficult maneuvers I've ever done because we had the narrow space, we had the current, we had to make the port turn, so we had to take everything into consideration, but generally it went quite well.
Azamara Journey heads out to sea. Mission accomplished. Over the next 18 hours, she travels 620 kilometers from Bangkok to Vietnam. Now she faces the twisting Saigon River, gateway to Ho Chi Minh City.
Green light, thank you.
A little bit of a navigational delight for the captain. He's going to be navigating through the wonderful river here with an approximate time of 12 noon, depending on how many banks he hits along the way.
Oh, lovely.
No, it's a little running gag we have, never mind.
To navigate this river, the captain is once again required to have a local pilot on the bridge. But after the tense experience with the last pilot, he hopes this one knows what he's doing. It is day 5 of Azamara Journey's 2-week tour of Southeast Asia. And this morning, she faces her biggest challenge yet. She is heading up the twisting Saigon River to reach Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. The ship will have to navigate through tight turns and a strong current. So once again, Captain Jason Ikiatis is required to be advised by a local pilot. And that makes him nervous.
So I don't know what his level of experience is at actual ship handling close to with controls. Some pilots aren't, perhaps they're very good at coming in and out, but when it comes down to the actual knowing how the ship will handle precisely, they're not as good as we are.
As the pilot arrives on the bridge, the team is surprised. He looks far too young to control their ship.
Oh, how are you today? Good?
Good. I'm fine, thank you.
First off, he doesn't inspire much confidence.
So, pilot, have you been on the ship before?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, so just for some information for you, we're 180 meters length overall.
Yeah.
26 meters wide.
As the pilot takes over, Captain Ikiatis stays close by.
But let's see. I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. It's the first big turn coming up.
The first turn is a long hairpin, the sharpest turn of the entire cruise. This kind of maneuver usually takes years of experience. Most inexperienced pilots choose the wrong rudder setting at the beginning and then have to make multiple course corrections through the long turn.
Normally through a transit, at some point we'll have to take it off the pilot and do it ourselves because he's either undercooking it or overcooking it.
Now, it's time to see what this pilot can do. He gives his rudder setting to the staff captain. The ship enters the turn. The captain keeps a close watch. He's ready to take back the con at the first sign of trouble.
At the end of the day, the decision has to be mine because I'm responsible for the ship, no matter, if he gives his advice, no, you've got to do this. Let's say we do that and there's a problem, the responsibility is still mine.
Yes, we reduce it to 9 knots.
Now another challenge. A blind corner reveals a cargo vessel, but the pilot refuses to change course.
After the turn, okay.
He sticks to his original rudder setting. It's a good call. The ship sails past the cargo vessel and stays on course, too. Having set the rudder, the pilot never wavers. He completes the entire turn without a single course correction. This pilot is an ace.
I'm very, very happy with the pilot today. He's very, very good, one of the best I've seen. He can go around a corner with one rudder setting.
9.5 knots reducing, pilot.
Okay. So I'm happy for him to take it most of the way, and then we'll take over for the final manoeuvring.
But the ship isn't safe yet. It's 9 a.m., rush hour on the Saigon River.
Two small fishing boats crossing from port to starboard.
The small cargo vessel at the moment is doing 7 knots. Yes.
The ship sails up the shallow river, cutting through dense jungle. It's a route larger cruise ships would never dare try.
I mean, the size of the ship, you know, the journey can come straight down all the way downtown. Whereas the other cruise ships, they're berthing. In fact, they don't even come into this part of the river. They're berthing outside in Vung Tau, and you get bussed in.
As Azamara Journey sails downtown, she discovers heavy traffic on land and on the river. But with a steady hand, the pilot safely guides the ship to the pier.
3.5 degrees to port.
Good job, thank you.
Thank you.
Here, they receive a warm welcome. At last, the bridge team can relax.
I think after so many hours on the bridge in the morning, I will need some shopping therapy this afternoon. See what I'm gonna buy.
With the ship docked, it's now up to the crew to make sure everyone has a good time here over the next 2 days.
Thank you.
So Eric and Liesel head into town to plan one of the highlights of the cruise.
The desserts.
A special dinner they call an As-Amazing Evening.
Get them there, I think, but yeah.
Left to walk by themselves, so there's no room for them to get lost.
The event is being held at a resort, half an hour's drive from the ship.
And they have some of these, the ponds. You're going to do candles in the ponds again like you did the last time?
The As-Amazing Evening is a signature event of this cruise line. There's one on every voyage. For Liesel, the challenge is always the same, getting all 631 passengers to the event efficiently and on time.
We will try and get the group here as one, and if we can do that and they disperse from here and do their wander around, we're okay. But if we lose them from the bus to here, then we're in trouble.
Meanwhile, Michalis Kappas and fellow officer Elizabeth Gondak head into town for a bit of retail therapy. This budding captain doesn't just dream of having his own ship. Port by port, he's acquiring a whole fleet.
What you're looking for, can I show you?
Yeah, actually, I have no idea because you have a lot of nice things, but probably a pirate ship or maybe Titanic or even a sextant, something nice nautical.
Uh-huh.
Look at the deck on this one.
It's actually a lot of details here.
Yes.
It's really nice. I wish I could fit in my house, but that's gonna be too big. Okay, do you have a smaller one? A Cadillac, but a smaller size?
Yeah. Like it is size. Small size.
Beautiful.
The models are all handmade and are a bargain by European standards.
I think I just found my new hobby.
With hundreds of ships to choose from, Michalis makes a decision.
I bought 3 pieces, the Titanic, the Cadillac, and the yacht of my dreams in a very good price, and I have to say I'm really happy about it. Now I need to find a way to send them home.
Back on the ship, the passengers get ready for their special night out. Shortly after sunset, it is time to go. Each deck gets its own bus, and they leave every 10 minutes. At At the resort, Liesel's planning is paying off. There are no long lines, and guests receive a warm Vietnamese welcome. Passengers wander through an enchanted Asian garden. It is a taste of Vietnam. From its food to its culture. A few get their names written in Vietnamese calligraphy. While the captain learns some traditional dance moves.
Welcome to your awesome, amazing evening. What do you think of so far this evening?
It's one of our best as amazing evenings, to be quite honest. It's gone really smooth. Of course, we have a little bit of congestion here and there, but so far I think it's been going really well.
After 2 hours, it is time to board the 13 buses and head back to the ship.
Guests are starting to slowly come. We're filling up bus number 1 and 2.
No, you don't see the lady either, huh?
But one of the passengers has gone missing. The rush is on to find her. Until she's safely back aboard, the entire cruise is on hold.
She was right here. Let's look for any visuals in the bushes.
It is the 5th night of Azamara Journey's 15-day cruise of Southeast Asia. Her passengers are at a special dinner in Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam.
No, you don't see the lady either, huh?
But as they leave, one guest is unaccounted for. Cruise director Eric DeGray grabs a golf cart to search the resort.
Well, let's keep our eyes open. Let's look for any visuals in the bushes. I can't imagine that she would have gotten even this far.
Copy that, thank you.
This is exactly what excursion manager Liesel Eckstein wanted to avoid tonight. Now they have to find the missing woman, and fast. The resort is huge and dark, with lots of places to get lost.
All right, there's a car coming here. We're missing one guest. We're missing one guest in
The missing woman is found on the wrong bus. The panic is over, but the crew wishes she had just followed Liesel's directions.
She got on another bus, found him, and didn't tell anybody. That was a lovely tour of the park. All right, mission accomplished.
Within an hour, all 631 guests are back at the ship. The evening has been a smashing success. The next morning, the ship's guests get another full day to explore the marvels of Ho Chi Minh City. To locals, it is still known as Saigon. With a population of 9 million, this bustling metropolis is Vietnam's largest city.
Wasn't like I thought it would be. I didn't expect big skyscrapers.
After 2 days in Ho Chi Minh City, it is time to leave. By morning, Azamara Journey is at sea for the longest leg of the voyage. She's sailing up the coast of Vietnam to Ha Long Bay, gateway to the capital city, Hanoi. But Captain Jason Ikiatis sees rough seas ahead.
Weather forecast for this evening's a little bit strong. We have some strong winds forecast for tonight and tomorrow. So that's about 30 knots. And sea conditions are forecast to be anywhere from 3.5 to 4.5 meters.
All over the ship, bars and restaurants get ready for a wild night.
First of all, we need to secure all the plates that before they check out, all of the galley stewards, before they check out in the night, that all the plates are stacked or properly put inside the shelf.
Everything that might get tossed about is tied down.
When it really gets stormy, it really starts to get uncomfortable for everybody. We need to take proper precaution and prepare for the worst.
The storm will arrive in just 3 hours. Since Azamara Journey is smaller than most cruise ships, she will have a rough ride. But the captain has a plan to help his ship put on some weight and smooth out the seas. He gives the order to flood the bow.
We did put quite a bit of ballast into the ship, so that weighed her down by about a good 600 tons. So that's made it a little bit more heavy.
With the bow threatening to pitch as much as 4 or 5 meters, the captain calls for water to flow into the forward ballast tanks. This weighs down the front of the ship, reducing but not eliminating the rocking action from the waves.
It'll sit in the water a little bit better and hopefully smooth out the ride a little bit too.
Later that evening, the storm hits with full force. The winds are even stronger than forecast, topping out at 45 knots or 83 kilometers per hour. The next morning, the wind is still gusting to 36 knots. Even with the added ballast, the bow is rising and falling up to 3.5 meters with every wave. On deck, it's possible to walk, but it's not a good day for a swim.
Everyone seems to be in good spirits. I think we have a lot of seasoned travellers amongst us, so amongst the guests, so I think they're all fairly happy.
And indeed, when you're walking around the ship as well, as we say, one hand for the ship and one hand for yourself.
But there's a crisis on deck 6.
And now the pipe explodes. Fisher, I need all your team. Deck 6, starboard side in front of cabin 6031. We have an emergency wine pipe that just exploded now. I need everybody.
Water is gushing down the corridor.
This is not so good. So we are in serious trouble now.
All cabins down the hallway are evacuated. The storm has taken its toll, and the maintenance staff has to fix it quickly.
Okay, I need this section, power supply to be stopped.
On the 10th day of her 2-week cruise, Azamara Journey has endured a fierce storm. One which has ripped open a pipe on deck 6.
Yeah, Richard, it's Nestor. Sorry to disturb you. We have to close both cold and hot water lines because the pipe exploded.
The problem now is that shutting off the water here means shutting it off for half the ship. Morning showers are suddenly cut off, as is the water to the galleys and the laundry. The pressure is on hotel maintenance manager Nestor Nestorov to solve the problem as quickly as possible. Master plumber Todorov Svetan is called to replace the ruptured pipe.
The rough sea affects the entire construction of the ship. Due to the rolling, the ship is twisting and crack can occur.
After an hour of frantic work, the leak is fixed. Water can finally be turned back on for the rest of the ship. On deck, the wind is dying down. Another day at sea. And Azamara Journey arrives at her last overnight stop, a special harbor known as Halong Bay. It lies in the Gulf of Tonkin, east of Hanoi. This is what makes Halong Bay so famous, an archipelago of 1,600 teardrop-shaped islands.
And what you're seeing now is just really the beginning of it, so it gets a little bit closer as we go in, and it really does deliver the wow factor.
The islands are made of limestone, eroded into these shapes by the sea more than 20 million years ago. But according to legend, they are actually jewels dropped by dragons. On the bridge, Staff Captain Michalis Kappas is given a treat, a chance to steer the ship through this beautiful maze.
I have the cone.
It is a fitting reward for his hard work on this voyage.
I believe with all the time that I've been spending here with the captains and with the maneuver, I'm ready. That was my dream as well, to become a captain.
Over the last 2 weeks, Azamara Journey has traveled almost 4,000 kilometers. Tomorrow morning, she will complete her voyage in Hong Kong. Her guests have been able to sail into the heart of Asia's most exotic cities.
Number 10, please. Good morning, good morning.
No, I didn't have any doubt whatsoever. It was a great cruise for us. Compared to some of the others I've done, this was a breeze, I really have to confess.
For the captain, watching his crew overcome the challenges of these ports and seeing his passengers indulge in the local treasures, well, that's what it's all about.
Well, it's a feeling of accomplishment. It's a 2-week cruise, which is one of the longest cruises we do. It gives all the guests and the crew time to sort of get to know each other and really create that atmosphere which we like here and which is what we're famous for.
It has been an adventure Azamara Journey's guests will never forget, and one she hopes to deliver wherever she roams. This mega cruiser is sailing straight into hot water.
We are in maximum weather condition that we can handle.
Pushed to the limit to keep things cool.
It's probably pushing high 30s or almost 90 degrees.
Taking her passengers on encounters they could never imagine.
They look at this piece of meat and go, I want you instead.
Celebrity Solstice is a floating gateway to a wild world of adventure.
Just paradise.
This cruise ship has to prove she has what it takes to explore Australia's untamed coast. Celebrity Solstice is floating proof that even on a huge ship, it's the small things that matter. Attention to detail is what sets this mega cruiser apart.
Yeah, everything on schedule. Hey guys, how's it going?
317 meters long, 122,000 gross tons, 16 decks high. Solstice was the first ship of her class. She was launched in 2008, and her design was such a success, Celebrity Cruises built 4 more just like her. This is her second summer touring Australia, but she has yet to prove herself as the toughest ship down under.
Looks great, awesome job.
The glamorous main dining room encompasses 2 decks. Passengers have their choice of 9 other restaurants and cafes, as well as 15 bars, a disco, and a casino. She even boasts a lawn with real grass.
We are heading north up to the coast.
Captain Zizas Taramas commands a crew of 1,255 people and has been in charge of Celebrity Solstice for just 4 months.
Because of her size, the equipment that she has, the luxury that she has, it's an honor.
She is docked in Fremantle on Australia's west coast. Celebrity Solstice has been here only once before, and this is just the second time she will embark on the voyage ahead. From Fremantle, she'll head up the west coast to Port Hedland, then head to Indonesia for a visit to Bali. she will return to Northern Australia with a stop in Darwin. Then travel 2,800 kilometers to Airlie Beach for some snorkeling along the Great Barrier Reef. From there, it's south to Brisbane, Newcastle, and finally, Sydney. It's a 9,000-kilometer journey. 2,850 passengers are checking in. And since this cruise lasts 17 days, no one is traveling light. As on any cruise ship, one of the top concerns is food. On this voyage, it's a particular challenge because Celebrity Solstice will be at sea for almost 3 weeks.
Very healthy. Very good. Fresh parsley.
That's more than 200,000 meals to plan.
Fingers crossed. We average between 13,000 and 15,000 meals a day, so that's a lot of food product.
Chef Jeffrey Haviland hits the pier warehouse, making sure every single item meets his expectations.
If there's any issues with quality during the cruise, it's too bad for us.
And his hard work has already caught a problem.
Well, I've opened one of the radicchio, and I've found some, see there's bugs. With our menu cycle, I won't be using this particular product for another 5 days. So in 5 days, we would have had greater bug infestation, it would have spread to the rest of the box. I've already paid for it. So it's A, economics, and B, food quality. If we find incidents in once, we have to reject the entire lot.
90 kilograms of radicchio have to be replaced. And it's not like Jeff can just dash out to the supermarket.
It's a scramble for the vendors, a big scramble, yeah.
How y'all doing? All right today? Morning.
Meanwhile, Hotel Director Tom Brady is busy clearing the ship of nearly 3,000 people from the last voyage and getting things ready to bring the same number back on in just 9 hours.
Turnaround is the toughest day. There's 3,000 guests off, 3,000 guests on, 20,000 pieces of luggage off, 20,000 pieces of luggage back on, and the whole provisioning. It's all hands on deck. It's a long day, but for us, it's also the most important day for us because for the new guests, that's our first impression of the ship.
So have you cruised with us before? It's your first time with us?
No, this is the first time with you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
As Tom works on the big picture, inventory manager Giovanni Ruiz is sorting through the details, like finding new radicchio.
Thanks. Are you able to replace this?
Well, I'll get a hold of the markets right now
and
see if there's radicchio there, and then we'll have it checked up there to make sure it's not from the same batch, and then get it down here. It takes about 45 minutes.
It's where it gets really chaotic right now.
But Giovanni has more on his plate than just lettuce. He's responsible for more than 50,000 kilograms of fresh fruit and vegetables, 14,000 kilograms of meat, 11,000 kilograms of poultry, and 7,000 kilograms of fish.
It's a big responsibility.
Giovanni has just 7 hours left to move a warehouse full of food into the ship's massive holds.
But this has to go in the forward.
With Giovanni laboring away on the pier, Tom Brady has his eye on the thermometer as his guests settle in under the hot sun.
Morning, how are you today? Yeah, it feels great outside. It's probably pushing high 30s or almost 90 degrees. It's getting humid. We always like to gently remind our guests to make sure they got sunscreen on. The sun here is very strong.
It's an unusually hot summer, even by Australian standards. That heat poses a threat to the ship's 3 key systems: the engines, the propulsion, and most important on this voyage, the air conditioning. In 22 years at sea, Chief Engineer Stavros Zanikos has rarely faced a challenge like this.
It's really the test of the ship.
Seawater provides cooling to all 3 operations. But if the water temperature exceeds 32 degrees Celsius, the system as a whole will be pushed to the limit. And it looks like that might happen on the voyage ahead.
In the next days, we will face seawater temperature approximately 32 and 33.
The ship is powered by 4 diesel-electric generators. Together, they can create up to 67 megawatts of electricity. If it gets too hot, the engine room will have no choice but to limit power to the propellers and divert it to the air conditioning to keep the guests cool. That could slow Celebrity Solstice down, but she can't be late in finishing this voyage.
We are in real test in maximum weather condition that we can handle.
Every ship has her limit, and Celebrity Solstice may just meet hers ahead. By sunset, the holds are full of fresh food, including a new shipment of radicchio. 2,850 guests are aboard.
Security confirmed to us when all side doors are closed and secure. Gangway disconnected.
Let go all aft. The last lines are coming out. We start thrusting the bow, easy.
At 10 p.m., the ship's captain gives the order to begin a long, hot voyage.
224.
224,
I will maintain up to 6 knots until the turn.
Celebrity Solstice sets sail on a 17-day adventure that could test the ship and the passengers' patience in Australia's scorching heat. It's day 4 of a 17-day cruise around the north coast of Australia. Celebrity Solstice is entering a port that her captain has never visited.
It's better water closer to the channel.
It's a place called Port Hedland, and the ship has sailed almost 1,500 kilometers to get here. This is an industrial harbor that cruise ships like Celebrity Solstice rarely enter.
My first time here as a captain. We are the only cruise ship in the port that is calling today. And also, not to forget that this port is a mining port that exports roughly 1 million tons of ore per day. Definitely we are attract the attention of all the cargo ships that are in the anchorage.
The vast harbor here supports big industry, so bringing in a massive cruise ship is no problem. Celebrity Solstice neatly docks at the pier.
Position, roger on that. Forward, hold your spring well. We are in position. Security, if they want to place gangway, place gangway. Captain, we are good to place gangway.
This port of call is partly meant to break up the monotony at sea, and many passengers go ashore to explore Port Hedland's rough edges.
So we have green light to proceed. Thank you, Chief.
But the engineers see this stop as an opportunity to work on the ship's critical steering system. Most ships are driven through the water by propellers and steered by rudders set behind them. Celebrity Solstice has a more advanced system, a pair of propeller units that can rotate 360 degrees in any direction. They're called azapods, and they not only drive the ship, but also give Celebrity Solstice pinpoint precision steering. The ship's navigation will be tested in unfamiliar ports ahead, as well as along the Great Barrier Reef, where the slightest navigational error could damage that world-famous, fragile ecosystem. So Chief Engineer Stavros Zanikos wants the azapods inspected from the inside out.
It's a very good opportunity to make the inspection today because we have a very long trip with a lot of days at sea, and we want both azapods and both systems in very good working order.
The azapods are over 8 meters high, 5 times taller than an average man. They're electrically driven, so examining the wiring and connections is crucial. So is looking for hydraulic or lubricant leaks that could cripple this big ship. Engineer Patrick Matos is assigned to examine the claustrophobic chamber.
This is very tight atmosphere down. I would not like to see any discolorations on the windings, on connections, on diodes, on electrical. I would not like to see also any oil leakages because it will affect complete pod. Looks good. There is no any overcurrent. There is no any mechanical stresses on this azipod.
The azipods check out, readying Celebrity Solstice for her voyage into the difficult and precise maneuvers ahead.
Inspection completed. Everything was good. We are ready to go.
But the hot seawater temperatures still have the chief engineer worried.
These conditions, more than 32 Celsius, we will operate and run the ship out of limits.
At sunset, passengers return aboard from their tour of Port Hedland, and the cruise ship's long, exotic journey continues. After another day of fun and sun, guests get ready to taste what Chef Jeffrey Haviland has to offer. And his staff is on edge, because Jeff is a tough taskmaster.
Okay, guys, gather around, please. Menu tasting for tonight. Let's go.
The next one, we have a veal loin. We serve it with the creamy parmesan polenta, julienne carrots, broccolini, and the sauce is the veal jus.
Beautiful. Perfect, mate. Perfect doneness. Who cooked the polenta, guys? Yeah, can we make sure we keep it covered? Excellent, guys. Well done.
The food quality is excellent. Please, please, please make sure this evening that the guests are getting the best possible service and dining experience.
Food and beverage manager Simon Coley braces the waitstaff for an intense evening, one they need to pull off 17 days straight.
We're serving each evening around about 2,500 guests. And each one expects the dinner to be better than the night before. Please keep up the hard work. I know it's long cruises, but you guys do a fantastic job. Please keep it going. It's a huge logistical challenge, and especially on the ships. It's more intense than you would see on land. So it's absolutely imperative for us that we get this right.
We'll probably do around about 1,800 guests tonight, so this is very hot and fast down here on deck 3. We have a half-hour service period where everything will move through this kitchen. So it gets very hot, it's very fast service, there's steam everywhere. It's a little bit of controlled chaos, so we try and keep as much silence on the line as we can. And tonight, yeah, we know the dishes, the guys are very focused. Everything's about the quality of the dishes, everything's about getting the meals to the guests in the minimum possible time.
Dinner goes off without a hitch.
Excellent, guys.
The next morning, the most unique feature of Celebrity Solstice is getting special, crucial attention from Nelson Bustillo and Cassius Nankiel.
After this, we need to put some sands to replace the soil profile.
It's called the Lawn Club, and it's more than 2,100 square meters of green space on the ship's upper deck.
We need to hurry up, Nelson, because the sun is coming out. The salt is our #1 enemy because it can kill the grass instantly. And if you don't attend to the salt spray and don't do anything, it will kill the grass.
Keeping grass alive on the open, salty seas under hot Australian sun is a constant battle.
The key thing to fighting the salt is monitoring the weather and then flushing it with water and hand water it manually. The love of the lawn is in our hearts. And every morning, if you go up here, you'll see the best view in the world.
Another day passes, and ocean temperatures now hover around 31 degrees. If they rise further, seawater will no longer be able to keep the engines cool. Early on day 6, Celebrity Solstice arrives in the port of Benoa on the island of Bali, Indonesia. The harbor here is too small to handle this huge cruise ship. Solstice has 6 small boats called tenders that can carry 120 passengers each. While she's anchored at a safe distance, the tenders will take guests ashore for their first really exotic excursion. Shore excursion manager Eva Mikulkova is feeling the pressure.
Do I look stressed? Yes, I feel a little stressed because I just want to make sure the guests get the full experience so that we don't have to cut any tour short, you know, that they get off the ship on time and they can experience this island.
1,500 guests begin to move in a constant stream from the ship's theater to the tenders. After 2 boats are loaded, there's a major setback.
We have a tender which is not working right now, but they're working on it. They're trying to fix it. It's something with the engine. This is going to slow down the whole process, the whole disembarkation process. We have people waiting upstairs in the theater to get off the ship, so of course this is going to delay the whole operation. Can I send more groups midship? Okay, how many?
Hey, how's it going down there? I'll be there in just a
Hotel
second.
director Tom Brady knows the delay means unhappy passengers, and it's his job to keep them smiling at any cost.
Just find out we have a tender that's not working. This is really going to put a little bit of a cramp in my style this morning.
The rush is on to get everyone ashore on schedule and to get the broken tender back in operation. It's day 6 of a 17-day voyage, and a shore visit from Celebrity Solstice to the island of Bali has hit a major snag.
So we'll go on the next one. The next one will be here in a second.
One of her tender boats is not working.
I've got to get it fixed now. It's such a schedule. We get these tenders going in and out with the mass amount of guests moving around. One non-function tender can really cause me some grief today.
Hotel director Tom Brady works with shore excursion manager Eva Mikulkova to get 1,500 passengers ashore with 1 less tender than planned.
Yes, we have. We called all the groups from 1 through 18. I feel a little lost right now because I know that I have all these people upstairs waiting. But what can we do? That's the way it is, and hopefully they will fix it on time and the people will understand.
It's now up to first engineer Marios Venizelu to fix the tender.
Can I have this plier?
Where's the plier?
So, that's the problem. This seawater impeller is broken. That's why we had the high temperature on the engine. So we have to replace it as fast as possible. Without this, you don't have any cooling to cool down the engine. That's a new part. You see the difference? So we're gonna have to put this one back. You cannot run the engine without cooling. Yeah, the tender is fixed. It's all ready to go back. The impeller is back in position. We already tested and it's ready to go back.
Marios completes the repair in 45 minutes, delaying just 1 tender trip ashore, putting the excursion barely behind schedule. Now the trip to Bali goes off perfectly.
Local tender marina number 11. Can you please proceed to the midship platform?
Later that day, Captain Taramas keeps a close eye on the tender's return, with his mind on the time. He has a schedule to keep, with lots of other potential delays ahead.
Forward mooring station. Prepare the starboard anchor to be heaved up.
Next stop is Darwin, nearly 1,800 kilometers away. It's a long run, and the crew is working hard to keep the guests entertained.
Welcome to the hot glass stage. How's everybody doing today?
It's great to see so many of you here this morning.
Chef Jeffrey Haviland offers to spice up the voyage, showing off his skills in a cooking demonstration.
We're focusing on Australian seafood today. We've got a live cooking demonstration, how to cook the perfect fish. So they love to see it when I get up and cook as well. See if the head chef can cut his finger while he's doing some prep.
The guests are impressed with Jeff's show, but some are beginning to grouse about his menu. There are complaints that the food in the buffet restaurant is getting predictable.
They're looking for more variety on the buffet, they're looking for more variety in the venues themselves. So we've got a meeting with the hotel director this morning. He's asked me last night basically to come up with some suggestions and ideas and initiatives to how we can make the experience in the Ocean View Cafe a little bit more varied and wow factor.
Jeff goes to the ship's stores, looking for inspiration.
I'm looking around for some ideas to basically revamp the Ocean View Cafe buffet. So I'm looking at what we're carrying that's excess that we can use, which won't impact our main dining room. We've got ample product to do something fantastic up in Ocean View Cafe, but oh, this is magnificent. Look at this. This is great stuff.
The produce is a good start, but he needs something extra special, and he'll have to wait 2 days until the next port to get it. On day 9 of the journey, Celebrity Solstice sails into Darwin.
Very good.
In position, we'll push it in.
Here, many passengers head to Litchfield Park for a swim by the falls. But some opt for the most daring excursion of the cruise.
Yeah, cruising down the Adelaide River, one of the Northern Territory's major river systems.
Tour director Peter Saltmarsh takes them crocodile hunting.
Looking for saltwater crocodiles. It's the largest crocodile in the world. The wildlife authorities are telling us that today we've got, on average, on any waterway, a crocodile for every 100 metres of waterway. Upstairs we've got Crystal and Jackie. They're feeding the crocodiles for us today. And yeah, they're pretty good at what they do.
Sisters Crystal and Jackie Gray run the show, and they know the wild crocodiles by name.
Okay, we have Mum, Trevor, Michael Jackson, Barbecue, Casanova. This is the bait we use, and we use buffalo because it's a natural source up here. It's a natural food source for them. We put this on the long pole and tie it with a piece of rope and then hang the string on the rope. And when the croc takes it, this string here should instantly just snap off.
There we go, that's what we're trying to see.
They look at this piece of meat and go, I don't think so, I want you instead. It does get very dangerous. You got to remember that you are in a croc-infested river that has between 2,500 to 10,000 saltwater crocodiles in it, and you're leaning over the boat feeding a crocodile. It's easy for one to sort of line you up underneath. You've got to constantly remind yourself that these are man-eating creatures and they will kill you instantly if you fall in. Or even if you're not, they'll try to get in the boat and kill you.
Passengers enjoy the river tour, and they'll return to the ship with all the limbs they brought with them. While the crocs jump, Chef Jeff scours Darwin for new menu ideas to respond to guests' complaints about repetition in the buffet restaurant.
Okay, this looks more promising. So I'm cashed up in local currency, ready to go. Cash is king, you know what they say. Seco, Chef Jeff, mate, from the ship.
Good morning.
How are you, mate?
Good, thank you. Yourself?
Not bad, thanks, buddy. So what fish have you got for me, boss?
Gold band snapper.
Oh, magnificent, mate.
Then we got a
Nice rocko that comes also
beautiful.
this morning. That's beautiful fish.
Magnificent, mate.
Barramundi here.
Beautiful.
Yeah, well, then we have some red snapper.
And huge Spanish mackerel. Jeff's hit the jackpot.
Beautiful. That's the one. Yeah. I want two exactly that size. That's magnificent. So even I want to do that one.
Jeff now has the fish he needs to freshen up the menu.
No, it's pretty special. I'm very, very happy. The quality of the seafood was sensational.
Within hours, the chef unveils his creation.
Lovely. Make sure lots of colour, please, guys. Let's go. Honestly, this is one of the perks of the job as a chef. You get to work with magnificent product like this. So they want things which are a bit different. Whole roasted Spanish mackerel caught locally. Can't get any better than that, really.
With fresh seafood, Jeff brings new life to the buffet. And rejuvenating the long voyage earns him top praise.
Well, it's a lifetime experience. The meals, the service, have just been outstanding.
Next up, the event most passengers have been waiting for, the Great Barrier Reef. The cruise ship Celebrity Solstice is on day 11 of a 17-day voyage, and she is now entering an area most passengers have come to see. She has traveled 1,200 kilometers from Darwin to reach the entrance to the Great Barrier Reef. The famous reef stretches over 340,000 square kilometers, so large that it can be seen from space. The channel at the entrance to the reef averages just 13 meters deep, and at its narrowest is 800 meters wide.
There's a couple of areas that is getting quite shallow. One of those areas would have around 4 meters under keel clearance by the time that we will be there.
All large ships passing through the reef require a special pilot to come aboard for 2 full days to guide them.
Compulsory area starts here, Captain.
Okay.
So I'll be up on the bridge to assist.
It's the job of pilot David Richardson to guide the ship and protect the reef. Nowhere else in the world does one pilot guide a ship for so long. He will get little more than cat naps over the next 40 hours.
I started off in 1976. Things were a bit different then. Occasionally you had the radar and occasionally you had a guy who could steer. Now it's all pretty well GPS. But it's good to see this ship has the old vapor chart as well.
David now guides them into the channel. Peppered with islands, inlets, and shoals, and with strong tidal streams of up to 7 knots pushing at the ship, these obstacles combine to make running aground a real risk. But under the reef pilot's experienced navigation, Celebrity Solstice cuts through these waters at an impressive 16 knots or 30 kilometers per hour.
There's 2 ships there.
Then there's an obstacle ahead.
There are 2 ships in front of us which are slowing us up. They're going through slowly because of squat, so they have to take it very gently.
Squat is when a vessel moving through shallow seas causes the water flowing below the hull to move faster. That creates a low-pressure area under the ship and makes the ship squat down closer to the seafloor. The faster the ship moves, the greater the risk of running aground. Squat is not a big issue for Solstice, but the cargo ships ahead of her already sit lower in the water, so they have slowed to a crawl going through the shallow channel. And with no room to pass them, Celebrity Solstice has to slow down too.
Unfortunately, we've got to drop back and let them get through first. And safety first. We're all guardians of the reef.
The ship's perfect adherence to schedule is now set back, time that her captain hopes to regain once the reef is behind them. Another day passes. David has been up all night. It's grueling, but if he has learned anything in more than 35 years on the job, it's how to stay awake.
We have to do fatigue management courses. The length of the passage, which, as I say, is anything up to 40 hours, 50 hours. That can be quite a challenge. So the fatigue problem is always there.
David guides the ship into the morning light and into the worst weather of the entire voyage. The timing is bad. Today is the day for the planned dive excursion on the reef.
So that little corner there is for us. And that's when I say we're going to drop the bullseye.
Hours later, Celebrity Solstice arrives at Airlie Beach, their jumping off point for the reef. The bad weather gets a little better, and the dive excursion is going ahead as planned. The captain has to anchor the ship in a specific location, where he knows he can do no damage to the precious coral nearby.
Forward mooring station, stand by to drop the port anchor. There's a very precise position that I want to drop the anchor. Forward mooring station, let go the port anchor.
Tenders take those who want to go to Airlie Beach ashore, and 2 large charter boats transport the snorkelers to a dive barge off the coast. Shore excursion manager Eva Mikulkova is anticipating a big day, even though these are the choppiest seas of the trip.
It takes some time to get here. It's actually over 2 hours, and the ride here was a little bit bumpy, but it's okay. We got here and it was great. The sun came out, so hopefully everybody will enjoy snorkeling. I'm very excited. I cannot wait. I love snorkeling.
The guests are just as eager to dive in.
The boys are really excited to go to the Great Barrier Reef. We watched some videos at home to prepare them, and they're just like, wow. And so we are really excited.
I want to see a parrotfish. We're really excited to see the Great Barrier Reef. I saw the fish they went to see. It was great. It was huge. How big was it? It was like this big.
It was bigger than that, I think.
Okay, fine then. Bigger than my arm span. So sorry, I can't put it into perspective.
It was a lot of fun. Yeah, it was neat to see the kids out there trying to chase the fish and just being in the middle of it. So a little hard to keep track of everyone.
The Great Barrier Reef lives up to its legend. But as they leave Airlie Beach, the moment the crew has long been dreading has finally come. The seawater temperature hits 32.5 degrees. The engine room has to reduce the ship's speed and divert power to the air conditioning. That cools things down for now, but it might just make for a late arrival and a bunch of hot-headed guests in the days to come. Celebrity Solstice is off Australia's northeast coast, traveling into some of the warmest waters on the planet. And now that water has exceeded 32 degrees and pushed the ship's cooling capacity to its limit. So far, Captain Zizis Taramas has been running the ship on just 2 of her 4 engines to save fuel.
For each engine that you put online, per hour you need to burn close to 3 tons an hour.
But it's been an unusually hot summer down under. And the seawater here is so warm, they've had to reduce the ship's speed to bump up the air conditioning. The captain needs the power generated by a 3rd engine to make up for lost time after the ship was delayed sailing through the Great Barrier Reef. He has no choice.
You need the third engine online because of speed requirement. Okay. Okay. Okay, Captain. Alex, start diesel engine number 4. We need third engine online.
Starting diesel engine number 4.
A third engine is powered up, consuming an additional 72 tons of fuel per day.
So if you multiply that by the fuel's price, turns out to be a quite big check.
It's not an expense the ship's owners want to incur, but the captain knows that staying on schedule is his first priority. After a day and a half and $100,000 in extra fuel, the ship moves into cooler waters to the south and returns to normal operation on 2 engines. The crisis averted, the ship now arrives in Brisbane for the next adventure, one that only Australia can offer.
This is Barnacle. He's one of our males. He's about 7 years old. And as you can see, he's a little bit awake at the moment, looking around. They do spend a lot of time eating, around about 18 to 20 hours when they're not sleeping, they'll be eating. And yeah, it does take a lot. They do eat about 400 to 600 grams of leaf a day. They're very used to people. We only have them out for 30 minutes at a time, so we make sure we're not working them too much either.
So cute. I've been waiting to hold a koala all day. Very lucky. Don't get to do this very many places, for sure.
For some, this is the highlight of all the shore excursions.
Well, it's something we've always wanted to do, is come to Australia, see the koalas. Yes, very much so, on our want-to-do list.
Really enjoyed it,
Yeah. Passengers return to the ship, where Chef Jeffrey Haviland is capitalizing on his expertise with native Australian cuisine by preparing the local equivalent of venison.
You can feel the texture of the meat. Look at that, that's perfect. Basically, we've taken young Skippy the bush kangaroo, bred specially for us, and we're serving basically rare roasted kangaroo fillet served over a celery puree with some glazed carrots, a little shiitake mushroom, and a beer juice. Nice round dish just to highlight those wonderful eating qualities of the kangaroo.
The daring dig in, and Jeff's culinary skill and creativity once again pay off. There is one last port to visit ahead. Celebrity Solstice will be the largest ship ever to pull into the harbor of Newcastle, where she will have to maneuver into a berth that's only 40 meters longer than she is. It will be the captain's final test. There's just 1 day to go on a 17-day journey around Australia's north coast aboard Celebrity Solstice. And the next port, Newcastle, is also her most challenging.
The port itself is a special port. The Celebrity Solstice is the biggest ship in terms of length and tonnage that has ever called in this port. The port has taken our size into serious consideration, has asked for tugboats, which actually will not assist us in any way, but they will be there as a backup. Hey, Captain, how are you? Nice to see you again.
Local harbor pilot Scott Clinton comes aboard to guide Celebrity Solstice to make a 180-degree turn and then back into a berth that's just 40 meters longer than she is. It's the only place deep enough for the huge ship to come alongside the pier.
From 5 knots to here, to there? Yep. No problem. Okay.
With Azzy pods and the technology that these ships have now, we're quite comfortable to bring this sort of ship in.
I will ease you on the bow thrusters now.
Yeah, just hold the bow and just back it straight up.
You'll clear number 5 by about 40 metres.
40 metres clearance, thanks.
It's the entrance.
we're at a totally exposed sea entrance. So the ships will roll quite heavily and it gets quite a difficult task. You have to concentrate.
Now the ship's powerful azapods go into action, bringing her in sideways by GPS. As the captain predicted, the tugs just stand by as the huge cruise ship nestles up to the pier.
You just check the doors.
Captain and pilot together bring her in for a perfect docking.
Doesn't get much better than this. Perfect day. The best conditions we can possibly get for bringing a ship this size into the port of Newcastle.
After a brief shore excursion in Newcastle, cannons are fired in honor of Celebrity Solstice, the largest ship ever to come here. Though the final docking is in Sydney, a short sail away, the huge ship's 17-day adventure has already been picture perfect for the passengers.
Paradise. Just paradise.
The Celebrity Solstice is an awesome ship. It's been an amazing cruise all the way around Australia, and I'm going to remember this cruise forever.
While the crew has worked hard to smooth over a few bumps unnoticed.
To be on the ship, you have to have quite good stamina. You have to be resilient. You have to have very, very thick skin. If something doesn't go right, you'll be challenged the following day. So that's also very interesting. It makes no 2 days the same, and you do develop great relationships with the guests.
Celebrity Solstice has proven she can adapt to the tough challenges of Australia's vast, untamed shores. Every summer, she will take thousands of passengers to the outer exotic reaches down under, exploring the continent's marvels from her comfortable decks. Celebrity Solstice, first in her class, has found her new summer home. This cruise ship is built for adventure. From the fjords of Chile to the wild winds of Cape Horn.
The weather winds are the best winds.
Places so remote they're practically off the map.
The only way to get there is with us.
Stella Australis sets sail on her last voyage of the year.
This must be an unforgettable experience for all of us.
Into the furthest reaches of South America.
Really wild and raw.
Extraordinary place.
Stella Australis is one of a kind. The only ship on the planet designed specifically to navigate the remote fjords of Patagonia at the bottom of South America and brave the perils of landing at Cape Horn. She's compact but mighty. A nimble 89 meters long with a shallow 3.5 meter draft, enabling her to sail through tight channels and over shallow shoals. And Stella travels in style. Part luxury cruise liner, part expedition ship, she comes equipped with 5 decks, 3 luxurious lounges, gourmet dining, staterooms with king-size windows, and a fleet of Zodiacs to take guests just about anywhere.
Australis is taking people to places where no one else is going.
Por esta banda.
Mauricio Alvarez ensures passengers experience this part of the world firsthand. He grew up in Patagonia, and for him, there's no better ship to show off its wonders.
We are visiting fjords and channels that are still pristine and obviously one of the most unspoiled places on the planet.
It all starts here in Punta Arenas, Chile, a city of 120,000 nestled at the base of the Andes on the southern tip of South America. Stella is dockside, stocking up for her last regular cruise of the season. It's autumn, and the weather is already changing. This trip is coming in under the wire before the weather turns too brutal to sail.
En caso de que las condiciones cambien, llamamos a la máquina inmediatamente.
3 decks up on the bridge, Captain Adolfo Navarro reviews the route ahead with First Officer Luis Gonzalez. It's his first year in command of Stella Australis.
For me, it's the best job in the world. Esta es la navegación más complicada que hay, navegar en canales. Y eso demanda control, demanda tiempo y demanda preocupación.
The region of Patagonia is shared by Argentina and Chile, covering much of the bottom third of South America. Over the next 8 days, Stella Australis will wind her way through the region's southernmost part, stopping first at Ainsworth Bay and Brooks Bay. From there, she'll sail the famous Beagle Channel to the Pia Fjord and on to Ushuaia, Argentina. Then it's south to Wilaya Bay and Cape Horn, hard by the roughest, most dangerous seas on the planet. On the return, she'll retrace her route, sailing the Beagle Channel and up into the Strait of Magellan before returning to Punta Arenas. The remote itinerary means the ship has to bring everything imaginable for the next week.
Vamos a visitar lugares totalmente deshabitados. ¿Cómo está? Mucho gusto. ¿Cómo anda?
Florian Munoz is in charge of provisioning the ship, and he has just 6 hours to do it.
¿Cómo está? ¿Viene toda la mercadería que te hemos solicitado para este viaje? ¿Sí?
If he forgets anything, they are out of luck.
No hay ninguna posibilidad, si nos falta algún producto, de poder pasar a comprarlo a alguna ciudad.
And there's no forklift to speed up the job. All 2 tons of food are delivered by hand to the storage rooms, 2 levels down in the hold.
No vienen sandías.
¿Ya?
Por el tema del transporte llegaron demasiado maduras, así que las reemplazamos por kiwis.
¿Por kiwi?
Sí.
Kiwis. Kiwi.
After 20 years, Florian's learned the fundamental contradiction of every cruise ship.
Perfecto, me parece bien. Los cruceros son románticos, pero para nosotros es un trabajo de locos y entretenido. Me encanta este trabajo. Es muy entretenido.
Dame 10 minutos por lo menos. ¿Me puedes aguantar?
Meanwhile, the expedition leader, Mauricio, is juggling the itinerary. Many passengers booked this end-of-season cruise, gambling they'd have the chance to see penguins. But a week ago, the last penguins headed north for the winter.
For some people, the main reason to be here were the penguins. We're not having any, so I have to deal with that frustration too.
By 2 p.m., the provisions have all moved from the dock to the ship.
Estas cajas vacías que están acá.
But now, Florian has just 4 hours left to make sure the entire ship's been cleaned from top to bottom.
¿Las demás habitaciones están todas listas?
Las de allá no.
¿Esos chalecos salvavidas que están ahí? ¿Dónde está el piloto? Traten de meterse en las habitaciones, aspirar bien las habitaciones, ¿ya?
Florian is a stickler for detail,
Para limpiar acá.
taking matters into his own hands if necessary.
Tenemos que cambiarlo pronto esto. Esto está manchado, esto no puede estar así, lo vamos a cambiar enseguida.
And those stateroom windows need to be spotless. On this ship, the bigger the window, the more expensive the room. This one's a deluxe, $6,000 per guest for the 8-day trip. 4 p.m. Over at the terminal, passengers are checking their luggage through security. The goal is to bring the bags aboard and have them waiting in the rooms by the time the guests arrive. But the ship's reception area is a sea of suitcases. The staff can't keep up.
¿Qué falta acá?
Hola, Pato, adelante.
By 6 p.m.,
46. Ok, 46 recibo.
the
Gracias.
first busload of passengers is due.
That's Pato.
our expedition guy who is at the terminal. He's sending 46 passengers in the first bus.
But Florian's stewards are behind schedule, still clearing the logjam of suitcases inside.
Suitcases and passengers at the same time, which isn't usual, but it happens every once in a while. 10 more minutes and we should be ready to go.
And they are, just in time.
Hola, señora, ¿cómo estás? Bienvenida.
Stella can accommodate 210 guests. On this late season trip, she'll have 143.
Yeah, of course we are.
All right, good to see you.
And Claudia.
For the next 8 days, Mauricio and his team of guides
My name is Monica. Welcome. Hello, Monica.
will be on call 24/7, responsible for the safety and comfort of every passenger on board.
This is your room? Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Wow, thank you.
Check this.
Oh my goodness, what an amazing view.
Wow. And very important, life jacket.
Hi, how are you? What we are trying to project to our passengers is have the experience of your lifetime. So this must be an unforgettable experience for all of them.
By 8 p.m., the bags are all sorted and everyone's aboard. Up on the bridge,
Estribor la caña. Estribor la caña.
the captain moves his 4,500-ton vessel out of port for her final cruise of the season.
Medio timón. Medio timón.
But sailing this far south is never routine.
Today we have a very good weather, so we'll be very calm this time. But we will see. We never know.
By the next day, they'll be deep into the icy wild,
Things like this to make it unstable
where a new challenge awaits.
because of the ice.
It's day 2 of Stella Australis' 8-day voyage through Patagonia. By 8:30 in the morning, she has traveled 163 kilometers from Punta Arenas, Chile, and is approaching Ainsworth Bay, the first stop of the trip.
Así que estamos aproximándonos en este momento al punto de fondeo.
The passengers soon board the Zodiacs and head for shore. Mauricio has scheduled a hike through a Patagonian subpolar forest, where he lets his guests in on a few survival tricks, like the tree bark that saved Francis Drake from scurvy.
There's ascorbic acid on the bark of this tree. Vitamin C.
And how to discover fresh water where there isn't any.
Okay, folks, pay attention to this. If I tell you that this is able to hold up 20 times its dry weight in water, would you believe me?
Oh my God.
There's a lot of it.
Later, while the guests enjoy a whiskey refresher on the beach,
Vamos, Juanito.
Mauricio slips away to check up on a side project. A group of elephant seals on a nearby island.
Look at the guy. Seems like he's waving and saying hello to us.
He has become the current authority on this colony and reports his findings to 2 scientific institutes.
We're learning the way these guys behave. There's no information on them.
Mauricio and his guides document whatever they can about the region.
We have 2 adults, 2 males, 1 female, and a puppy. Yep.
Later that afternoon, Stella Australis arrives at her second stop of the day, Brooks Bay. Mauricio's passengers booked this cruise hoping they'd see penguins here, even though it's late in the season. But last week, the last penguins migrated for the winter.
Ven por aquí que te muestro qué vamos a hacer ahora.
So Mauricio's hoping they'll be equally impressed with a glacier.
In my opinion, I think this is very spectacular, so it will work.
But the bay's full of ice, making the trip to shore a challenge. He has to transport 143 passengers safely to shore, across freezing ice-filled water. Mauricio heads out in advance to have a look.
But things like this, to make it unstable, The real problem is that if we had too much ice, it would take longer.
And it's not easy on the engines either.
Okay, watch it. Propellers are also suffering a lot because of the ice.
A broken prop could put this Zodiac out of commission and pinch the timetable for today's excursion.
Está bien, Juan.
By the time he gets to shore, Mauricio decides it's doable.
Inicialmente lo haremos con 14 pasajeros por bote. El tránsito inicialmente se ve más expedito por estribor del fiord.
Autorizado el desembarco, mucha precaución con el hielo por el lado de estribor de la rota.
As the passengers head for shore,
We're gonna need some help here, Eduardo.
Mauricio's team prepares a landing ramp to help them over the rocks.
Vamos.
If there's a serious accident, the nearest hospital is a full day's sail away.
They shouldn't be having to be concerned on safety. We do that.
The Zodiacs plod through the ice-filled waters. The propellers take a beating, and so does Mauricio's schedule. By the time everyone makes it to shore, it's an hour later than he planned.
Vamos, let's get closer. Over 13,000 square miles of ice are in Chile. 11,000 of those are here in Patagonia.
Mauricio has tons of information to share, but the biggest surprise for his guests is how noisy a Patagonian glacier can be.
Look at that amount of ice.
This morning's forest walk was good, but this is breathtaking.
This is outstanding, awesome, incredible.
Ah mais mon Dieu, oulala, c'est bon, hein? C'est bon ça.
Yeah.
So spectacular, nobody wants to leave.
Yeah, we gotta go now. That's it. Yeah, enough. I mean, it's not, I know. Never enough. I know, but well.
But back at the landing point, Mauricio has noticed that the tide is coming in. In no time, it will completely flood the rocks.
When we first came, there was no water at all next to this landing point, and we have a lot now. So within a few minutes, this is going to be covered, all of it.
He has to get everybody back in the Zodiacs sooner than he planned.
Atento, Ricardo, Ricky, Mauricio. I just wanted to make sure that you were all coming back to the landing point because the tide is increasing really fast.
But one group just can't pull themselves away from the glacier.
Hey, we have to go. Everybody, we have to go now. Everybody, please, s'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît. Vamos embora, vamos. Ready.
The last stragglers are finally loaded. They've made it by the skin of their teeth. By the time they're back on the ship, their landing point has completely disappeared. That night, Stella's passengers sleep. But up on the bridge, the ship's officers are about to face some of the trickiest navigation of the trip. Totally in the dark. By 4 a.m., they are poised to leave the shelter of the Coburn Channel. At this point in the voyage, there are always two choices: open sea if the weather is good, or the more protected Occasion Channel if it's rough. But the channel is tight and twisty. The wind is starting to pick up. Heading out to open sea could make for rough sailing.
Para nosotros como marinos no es problema. Estamos acostumbrados. Pero para el pasajero podría ser un problema.
So Captain Navarro decides to take his chances with the narrow confines of the Occasion Channel. It's going to be a long night. It's 5 a.m. on day 3 of Stella Australis' voyage through the Patagonian fjords. To avoid heavy seas, the captain has decided to take his ship down the narrow and twisting Occasion Channel. It's tricky navigation. The first officer sends out a low-level warning,
Sécurité, sécurité.
letting other ships know that Stella Australis is in the channel.
Favor dar comprendido por este canal.
Este canal es muy complicado porque tiene muchas islas.
There are 7 islands here over a short 17-kilometer stretch. And a strong current the ship will need to fight. But the biggest issue is how the winds funnel as the channel narrows, accelerating and threatening to push Stella Australis off course. Stella's moderate size and shallow draft were designed for these conditions, but it's still risky.
Bueno, podemos chocar con una roca, una isla. Es una navegación muy precisa.
This area is so remote, it hasn't even been mapped by GPS yet. They have to plot their entire course manually using paper charts.
No hay carta electrónica oficial para esta área. 5-3. 1-5-3.
For 40 minutes, they work their way around a series of small islands in the dark,
5 estribor.
trying to stay in the center of the channel. It takes total concentration.
Por lo tanto, hay que estar corrigiendo constantemente.
Until finally,
Bueno, terminamos el paso del canal ocasión.
they've made it through, and they move on. By mid-morning, Stella Australis is cruising the Beagle Channel, named after the ship Charles Darwin sailed on here. After a stressful night, it's time to dial it down. Stella's 2 1,400 horsepower engines are capable of 13 knots, or 24 kilometers per hour. But to take in the scenery, she's cruising at a leisurely 10 knots. Up on the top deck, Renato Alvarez, the bosun, replaces a Zodiac propeller damaged by yesterday's expedition through the ice.
Esto sucede con los hielos y las rocas cuando tocan fondo la pata de la hélice.
This is the 4th prop of the season for this motor alone.
¿Te pasan a dormir?
Sí.
One deck below, after only a few hours of sleep, the captain has been called to the bridge again, this time to guide the ship through the entrance to the Pia Fjord. Above the waterline, the channel stretches more than 2 kilometers from one side of the fjord to the other. It's beautiful, but deceptively deadly.
Se ve ancho, pero no lo es. Han chocado barcos anteriormente en esta entrada.
Down below, a huge deposit of gravel and rock, pushed there over centuries by the Pia Glacier, narrows the entrance to a mere 90 meters. This is the only place deep enough to sail through.
Rumbo 046.
The depth here will go from 113 meters to less than 14 in just 90 seconds. If he's picked the wrong spot, they could run aground.
Así al 019.
And as they head in, they have no way of knowing if the entrance has shifted since their last visit.
Suponiendo que hay algún cambio en la estructura del canal, podríamos ir directo a una roca. Es intenso siempre. Porque si no pasa, si se equivoca.
The bottom starts coming up fast as they reach the glacial deposit. 20 meters. 18 meters.
¿Pasamos o no pasamos?
Then, suddenly, it starts getting deeper again.
Prueba de paso. We made it.
They're through. And up on the top deck, the bosun's crew is soon hauling out the Zodiacs again. Mauricio has given this next expedition top billing, another glacier, but he's promised the passengers way more action than yesterday.
Pia is one of the most active glaciers in the system, so we're all looking forward to see a lot of action, a lot of calving or the glacier breaking apart.
But the itinerary allows for only 90 minutes ashore here, and glaciers are unpredictable. Within a half hour, he's got everybody lined up in front of Pia's massive 45-meter-high columns of ice, expecting to see a chunk of the glacier break off and crash into the water.
So each one of those structures are showing enormous cracks in between. Just look for little pieces which are falling from that area. That is what's coming next.
Pia rumbles and cracks from shifting deep within.
Sounds like a shotgun, huh?
But so far today, she's all talk and no action.
Okay, something is coming, huh?
So they wait. And they wait. A full 40 minutes pass. It's so close, they can smell it.
I'm sure it's any time now.
Yeah.
We've been waiting here for so long, so.
Yeah, it's stubborn.
He's raised their expectations so high, now he's in trouble if there's no payoff.
This is one of those places in the world where weather is so variable and unpredictable, and I have to work with that. And so when I got up on top of that moraine, I saw...
But they can't stay much longer. He has to have them back on board in less than an hour. The captain has a schedule and must get to the next destination before dark.
Keep an eye on anything you see.
So, will she or won't she?
This is not finished yet.
Mauricio is running out of time. 3 days into their Patagonian adventure, Mauricio has brought Stella Australis' passengers to the Pia Glacier on a remote fjord just off the Beagle Channel.
Keep an eye on anything you see falling down, and then...
He has promised they'll see big chunks of ice breaking off, a process known as calving. But it's been an hour, and they're still waiting.
Not seeing any calving is, what can I tell you? I mean, it's simply spectacular. I mean, it's beautiful anyways.
But just when Mauricio seems ready to write off the promised big event, a chunk of ice the size of a small house plunges into the water.
Thank you.
Pia Glacier doesn't let him down. And there's more in store back on the ship.
Salchicha.
La salchicha, tenemos suficiente salchicha.
Sí, tenemos 5 kilos de salchicha.
Perfecto.
Florian, the hotel manager, has been cooking up a surprise with head chef Rodrigo Ruiz. It's an international glacier food fest. As the ship sails past a series of massive glaciers, each named after a different European country,
Y cada uno de los glaciares que vamos a visitar va a ser con una degustación de comidas típicas de su país.
Florian floods the deck with international samplings. Beer and sausages for Germany. Fruits and fine cheeses with swanky champagne for France. Pizza for Italy.
Peter Balling, también está lista.
And what better for Holland than succulent, steaming, hot bitterballen, Dutch meatballs.
Chili and cheese.
Lamb.
Ha sido todo un éxito, la verdad que nuestros pasajeros están felices, así que estamos muy contentos y la verdad que más contentos aún nos sentimos de ver la felicidad en ellos.
They travel all through the night. And by next morning, Stella Australis has arrived in Ushuaia, Argentina, the southernmost city on the planet, and their first sight of civilization in days. Some of the passengers leave the cruise here, others join it.
Esa hay que dejarla en la habitación 241.
Ok, allá vamos.
But the crew has been on the ship for 7 months.
¿Mesero, sacamos, por favor?
And they only get to contact their families twice a week when they are in port. Cell phone service here is too expensive for most of the crew. So Alejandro Avila, a waiter, and Nelson Vilches, a cook, make a beeline for the payphone store just down the dock.
Yo la última vez que vi a mi hija fue hace 4 meses, a mi hija y a mi familia.
Yo igualmente, yo en la misma situación. Hola, permiso.
But when they get there,
No, en serio.
the phone lines are down all over town. There will be no landline calls home for any of Stella's crew today.
Chao, gracias.
It's hard being so far away for so long.
Entonces, muy complicado.
It's a big disappointment. But that evening at dinner, Nelson and Alejandro are back on the job, making sure the passengers are having a good time. That night, as the ship heads out of Ushuaia and almost out of phone range,
Hi, this is Mauricio. I'm calling you from Stella.
Mauricio makes one last call.
Have you talked to any of the rangers of...
He spent his day in port on the company's cell phone, trying to track down more wildlife.
Okay, I'll hold.
His passengers want to see more animals, but it's April, and Patagonia's penguins have all migrated for the winter.
I need to know the status of the colony at Marta Island. I need to know anything about the seals on that place.
He's hoping to treat his guests to a seal sighting instead.
If I don't have any penguins, I give them seals. And I'll try to make those seals as spectacular as penguins. That's my challenge.
By 4 the next afternoon, they are back in Chile, arriving at Wulaya Bay. When Darwin landed here on HMS Beagle, a ship 1/3 the size of Stella Australis, his captain probably didn't have Captain Navarro's problem.
The basic problem is that we don't have too much space to grab the anchor. Bueno, aquí nos encontramos.
The captain has to anchor between an island on one side and a point on the other. They're just under 500 meters apart. That sounds roomy, but any changes in the wind will cause the ship to rotate around the anchor within a radius of less than 200 meters. So even if they drop the anchor perfectly, it's still tight.
If the conditions change, we will turn to the south and we will be very close to this point, less than 50 meters. It's not too much. You need to be prepared to do this, of course.
The captain guides the ship through the bay, counting down until they enter the crosshairs of his coordinates.
Proa atento a fonder.
And then...
Fondo! Fondo!
12.5 tons of anchor and chain rumble to the bottom.
Puente expedición.
Within minutes, Mauricio is off in the Zodiac to give the landing point his okay.
Gracias. 9, 10, 11, 12. Uno
Back
más.
at the stern, the guests line up for their next expedition.
3, 4.
By now, they are experts getting in the Zodiacs and are off in no time. That's good news for Chief Engineer Mario Gonzalez. 2 decks below in the engine room, he seizes this opportunity to run through the engine's monthly maintenance.
Oye, ¿cómo estuvo el generador? ¿Lo viste?
He's been tending to Stella Australis since the first weld was put in her hull 4 years ago. And he loves her like one of his family.
Con este buque he estado desde la construcción. Esto es uno de mis hijos.
But the team has to work fast. They have just 90 minutes to get the job done before the passengers return. It's crucial maintenance. The ship is about to embark on the most demanding leg of the voyage, Cape Horn, one of the most violent and unpredictable stretches of water on the planet. But just as they get started, a problem. A faulty gasket that's really tough to get at. That's got Mario watching the clock.
Tenemos que hacerlo porque tenemos el tiempo muy ajustado, así que tenemos que hacerlo.
It won't be long before the passengers are back, and without the engines, they can't sail. 4 days out of Punta Arenas, Stella Australis sits anchored in Wulaya Bay, near the southernmost tip of Chile. In just a few hours, they'll be heading for the notorious Cape Horn. But a routine maintenance has turned into a real repair. While the engineers rush to finish before the passengers return, Florian has organized an end-of-season morale booster for the rest of the crew. A survival suit swimming race and barbecue.
Sí, estamos próximos a terminar la temporada. Han sido largos 7 meses.
For the crew, it's a welcome pick-me-up, especially for those like Nelson the cook, who missed the chance to call home yesterday in Ushuaia. Nelson comes in a happy third.
El clima no nos está acompañando mucho, pero la alegría y las ganas es lo importante.
Salud. Cheers.
Salud.
Back on board, Mario Gonzalez and the engine team put the last pieces of the engine back together and give it a final test. They finished the job with 15 minutes to spare. And by 6 o'clock, everybody is back on board. Tomorrow, it's Cape Horn.
Muy buenos días, señor capitán. Son las 6 de la mañana con 55 minutos.
It's almost dawn at the end of the world. Stella Australis has been moving south all night. Her destination? Cape Horn, known for its ferocious, unpredictable storms. The captain takes over the navigation. 4 decks below, Mauricio checks his tide charts one more time. And down the hall, 2 of Florian's bartenders slip into wetsuits. If there's a heavy surf on the beach, they'll hold the Zodiac steady while passengers unload. But the question on everybody's mind is, can they land? The weather here changes so fast, they won't decide until they get there. Mauricio arrives on the bridge. This is the main event. To stand where the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans meet, known to centuries of sailors as the world's end. And the pressure is on to make it happen.
Most of our passengers were coming from Europe, at least 60% of them are coming to see Cape Horn.
Yes, yeah, to be right at the bottom of the world, be good.
This is it. My great-grandfather came around the Horn in the 1860s on his way to California.
In the Sky Lounge, the excited guests are already dressed and waiting, hoping it's a go.
I think the captain told us it's going to work.
But up on the bridge, Mauricio isn't promising anything yet.
I need to get closer and check the conditions ashore. You never know. I have 144 people on board, and I want them all on the island. I don't want to happen anything to happen in the middle of the operation. It can change very quickly.
As soon as the anchor's down, Mauricio heads off with 4 guides and the 2 barmen turned frogmen to scope it out. The key to a Cape Horn visit, even on a good day, is to get them in, have a look, and get out fast before conditions change. He hopes to have everyone back on the ship in less than 2 hours.
Adelante.
On shore, it's low tide, and that's left the rocks way too slippery to walk on. In just 15 minutes, Mauricio's team puts together a temporary catwalk.
Está firme, mira. Yeah. Bridge. This is Mauricio calling to inform you that we're ready for passengers. We're ready for passengers. Thank you. Conditions are excellent. Such a beautiful day.
By 8:05, the first load of passengers hits the shore.
Buenos días. Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos.
And they begin the trek to the top, to the mythical spot that sailors once thought was the Earth's most southerly point of land.
If we keep going that way, our next destination will be the Antarctic, actually, literally. There's nothing else.
It is very windy.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It goes from being calm to like almost blowing you over.
Yeah, it's really wild and raw, but that's why we came.
Wild and raw? By Cape Horn standards, this is barely a breeze. The weather is usually so bad here, the monument to the sailors who drowned rounding the Horn had to be engineered to withstand winds in excess of 100 knots.
Extraordinary place. And the stories are just what those guys put up with to just go around this little bit of land. It's great. It feels really good to be here.
I couldn't ask for anything better than this. Some people probably were expecting to have a more real Cape Horn, you know, rough waters, a lot windier than this. But I feel good with this, because this means that I can bring everybody here.
Including Christine and Harry Critchley, who last of all make it to the top and fulfill a lifetime ambition despite Harry's recent stroke.
I can make it.
One small step. Voila. Well done, Harry.
And well done, Mauricio. His final Cape Horn expedition of the season goes off without a hitch. The weather's so good, Captain Navarro decides to give the passengers a big bonus.
In the normal conditions, we can't do this passage. It's impossible. But today, we had all the conditions to do it.
He'll take them right around the Horn, sailing Stella Australis into the treacherous Drake Passage.
Good morning, dear guests. At this moment, we are navigating the Drake Passage. We invite you to the lounges or to the open decks to enjoy the magnificent view.
Rounding the Horn is something totally unusual. I don't have any hard number now, but maybe 4 or 5 times this season.
Believe it or not, this is the Drake on a calm day. For the passengers, it's all great fun. But down below lies a graveyard for 800 ships and 10,000 sailors who battled with these waters and lost over the past 400 years. The winds here blow uninterrupted around the globe, then funnel through the gap between South America and the Antarctic Peninsula. Then there are currents from the Atlantic and Pacific, and those running off Antarctica. It all makes the Drake Passage the most notorious waters on the planet. Today, the winds are a mere 20 knots, but just 2 weeks ago, they topped 60. The good weather lets Captain Navarro motor through this 26-kilometer stretch of the Drake in 90 minutes. But centuries ago, it could take sailing ships 3 months to fight their way from the Atlantic to the Pacific around the Horn. Taking on the Drake is Captain Navarro's favorite part of the navigation.
It's like a fight between the vessel and the bad weather, the weather winds or the vessel winds.
Con un poco de cebolla caramelizada.
Down in the kitchen, head chef Rodrigo Ruiz has prepared a celebratory meal.
Tenemos en el fondo un filete de res, medallón, con salsa cazadora, salsa española, reducción de vino tinto, lechalot y cilantro.
It's not every day you get to tell your friends you conquered Cape Horn. But Mauricio still has one last promise to deliver on. That seal colony at Marta Island. 2 days later, the ship arrives in the Strait of Magellan. Rising early, Mauricio steals away in the darkness on an anxious search for seals. Stella Australis' trip to the end of the world is nearly over, and so is her season. Over the past 2 days, she has retraced her route back through the Beagle Channel, then headed north up the Strait of Magellan toward Marta Island. After everything they've seen on this trip, there's just one task left for Mauricio. His guests want to see more wildlife, and he's determined to deliver.
We're on our way now. We're okay, we're good.
So he heads off to find the best way to approach the Marta Island seal colony.
The access to the island is not that easy. It's too shallow around it.
Mauricio and guide Juan Gallardo Rojas have barely left the ship.
Can you smell them? I can smell the seals.
Mauricio picks up the scent.
Tenemos que pasar para allá, Juan. Aquí no hay nada ahí en la playa allá.
Finding their way to the tiny island in the pre-dawn dark isn't easy. Mauricio hasn't been here in almost a year.
¿Puedes ver el fondo?
Then they hit the shallows, right at low tide. They can't afford to lose a propeller.
Aquí pasaste, Juan, vamos. Okay, we pass the shallow now.
But they are barely clear of that. When they hit an impenetrable patch of seaweed that wraps around the prop.
Es que está lleno de algas, espérate, tira para allá.
They struggle to work their way out of it.
Oye, ábrete un poquito, Juan, porque tienes aquí en medio, mira, tira para allá.
And finally,
¿Cómo dices?
seals. Hundreds and hundreds of them, in the water and on the beach.
This is good, this is excellent. We have them all here. I have no idea how many, but there must be 1,000 of them, so this is excellent.
Mauricio has hit the jackpot. He calls Stella's passengers to the scene, and they are soon snapping photos like happy paparazzi. And it's not just seals. Even the sky is teeming with wildlife, gulls and cormorants. In a few hours, they'll say goodbye to Stella Australis at the end of the trip. And soon, so will the crew. After 7 months at sea and 31 round trips, they'll have some time off until next season.
7 months is a long time. So after 7 months, I need my rest. I need to go home, I need to see my family, I need to see my wife, my boy.
Pero también voy a echar de menos este es parte de mis hijos también, un hijo también que tengo, el Stella Australis.
As for Mauricio, he has shared his native Patagonia with almost 10,000 visitors this year, and the season couldn't end any better than this.
A couple of hours ago, I had no information on this island. We took our chance, we came here. This is great. I can't think of any other better end to this cruise.
5 months from now, Stella Australis will be back at it, bringing people up close to the magic of Patagonia in a way that only she can. She's a round-trip ticket to paradise.
It's heaven on earth down here. It really is. There's 14 different shades of turquoise in the water.
MS Paul Gauguin is the stuff dreams are made of.
Probably the #1 trip of my life.
It's more than a bucket list. This is why we have so many repeat passengers.
2 team, please, over here.
Can you get off to 110?
110.
Her steely-eyed captain stares down a tropical storm, charting an escape from civilization. Motorship Paul Gauguin is queen of the South Pacific, the only vessel that sails year-round to the most remote islands of French Polynesia.
140 on 2. Yeah, coming to 095.
Her 332 passengers pay between $6,000 and $20,000. to relax in her deluxe staterooms, or experience one-of-a-kind encounters below the turquoise sea. At 154 meters in length, MS Paul Gauguin is exceptional above and below decks, specially designed to navigate French Polynesia's underwater ecosystem. Her relatively flat hull and shallow 5.2-meter draft let her glide over coral reefs and access hidden ports where other travelers rarely step ashore.
When you see all the islands which we visit, I think it's pretty simple to get in love. Oh, but this is how it should be, huh? This is the weather.
At 41 years of age, Captain Tony Tomjanovic is just 2 years into his very first command.
As a captain on Paul Gauguin, I have to say, I couldn't start better, you know. I have started from the top.
MS Paul Gauguin is at anchor in Papeete, the capital city of Tahiti. It's the only glimpse of civilization for most of the voyage. French Polynesia's tiny islands lie halfway between California and Australia, in the middle of the South Pacific Ocean, a vast stretch of water that reaches almost halfway around the globe. On this special 2-week journey, Paul Gauguin will visit 3 of French Polynesia's 5 island chains. First, the coral reefs and lagoons of the Tuamotus. Then the rugged and mountainous Marquesas Islands. Finally, Paul Gauguin will return to the Society Islands, calling in at the famous ports of Bora Bora and then Moorea on her way back to Tahiti. It's a voyage of 4,100 kilometers.
Tu vas bien? Ouais. We serve vegetables.
It's 8 a.m. and already 25 degrees on the pier. 2 containers of food and a truckload of fish are waiting to be loaded aboard.
Okay, c'est bon.
The fish is local, but these fresh strawberries had to be transported 6,600 kilometers from California.
We have to check them all, you know, carefully, and all the boxes. Okay, merci.
Food and beverage manager Stefan Cariou gives a sharp once-over to every morsel coming on board.
They arrived this morning early by the 7 o'clock flight, so we know we have that very, very fresh.
The ship takes on 5,600 kilograms of fresh produce, some of it from local suppliers bringing seasonal ingredients. But Chef Daniel Benches says that can be a crapshoot.
You're at the end of the world, so you never know what you're going to get until you open the container, or on the day the suppliers are coming.
Today, the chef and Stefan are excited to discover a special delivery.
This is the moonfish.
It's not available in so many places.
It's very local. Before they called it a goodwill fish because the locals gave it away as a token of goodwill to each other. We will only get 1 each cruise.
Along with the moonfish, there's enough fish for only the first half of the cruise. They'll keep their fingers crossed for a fresh catch en route.
Attendez, les gars, qu'on compte.
Provisioning is going swimmingly, but then the loading process hits a snag.
Conveyor belt kapot. Why now? Huh? The conveyor belt is not working, so we cannot load the fresh vegetables, and they have to be inside the fridge within 1-2 hours because it's very hot.
Press the emergency.
It's probably something small or a fuse, or I hope so.
An electrician jumps in to troubleshoot.
Rico, you're gonna fix it quick, huh?
The heat has climbed to nearly 30 degrees. Delicate greens, eggs, and cheeses are still sitting on the pier. If the conveyor belt doesn't start up within 15 minutes, they'll have to race every single item by hand through the passenger gangway further down the pier. Nearer to the bow, the ship herself is being nourished. There's nowhere to fill up once the voyage begins, so a full 395 tons of heavy fuel flows out of the holding tanks below the pier. That's not the only precious fluid that needs to come on board.
It is important to take water here because this is the only source of water which you have in French Polynesia.
According to Chief Engineer Peter Nikolov, Every drop of fresh water counts. The ship can only take on 500 tons, enough to last for 2 to 3 days. The rest must be produced by onboard desalination, a process that removes the salt from seawater, making it safe to drink. It's down to the wire on that broken conveyor.
The wire is cut.
With no time left on the clock, the wiring is fixed and the conveyor is back in order. Just off the pier, Chef Daniel and Stefan meet up with a favorite local farmer, Sonia Fawa, who supplies the ship with her own mangoes and avocados.
On peut pas dire. Okay. There are so many that I can't tell how many there are.
Hi, are you with the Paul Gauguin?
In the midst of haggling, some nervy passengers turn up 4 hours early, expecting VIP treatment.
Can you take our luggage?
Absolutely. See? Right timing. You knew we were here, right?
So the 2 senior managers assume the role of baggage handlers.
You want to take 2, chef?
Not my day.
Allez.
This was not in my contract,
no.
Huh?
Let's go on a cruise, chef.
Departure for Papete 22:30, and we will go obviously full speed to Fakarawa.
Since MS Paul Gauguin travels this particular solitary route only a few times each year, the captain prepares his bridge team for any contingency.
The biggest challenge is always the weather.
There's another mandate. Do no harm to Polynesia's delicate natural environment.
Obviously, entering and exiting through certain channels in French Polynesia, it's a little bit tricky. Narrow entrances, the special coral reefs, it's something which we take with great responsibility.
At 3 p.m., boarding commences with a side order of ukulele and Tahitian greetings.
Hello, welcome.
Hello.
I had a lot of friends who told me how much they loved the Paul Gauguin cruises.
I have a friend who had been on the Paul Gauguin, said it was the best trip he'd taken.
We were here 2 months ago, actually, also. We've done 2 in a row.
By 11:15 at night, they've loaded most of the guests. Paul Gauguin was supposed to set sail 45 minutes ago, but a missing busload of passengers is holding up departure.
Here's the bus.
Moments later, that last bus swings onto the pier.
And I think 16 people inside. 45 minutes delay, which is still okay, huh?
We will have all guests on board.
All guests on board, thank you very much.
Let's start.
Okay, gangway, you can start removing conveyor.
Captain Tomjanovic is eager for Paul Gauguin to set sail. He's got a shipload of passengers who expect to wake up in paradise. MS Paul Gauguin is on day 2 of her 14-day tour of French Polynesia.
Come to 258.
She's plowing through the South Pacific en route to her first stop amid the coral reefs and lagoons of the Tuamotus.
Oh, that's a hot.
Out on the pool deck, dive master Clément Cassadet brings some divers with rusty skills back up to speed.
I think we have the safety of the pool. We can take the time they need to practice, and after they will be ready for this dive and see the fish.
Okay, guys, ready?
They review clearing their masks, breathing underwater, and communicating with hand signals in preparation for the real thing tomorrow. French Polynesia offers some of the most spectacular scuba diving on Earth.
When you come in French Polynesia, you do expect to have almost everything on the water.
If you're not a guest aboard Paul Gauguin, there's no way to access dive sites in the faraway islands.
You have to go to some really kind of remote places and dives without leaving a great luxurious ship.
And this will be our first time diving in the Pacific.
That's why passengers Jackie and David chose Paul Gauguin for their anniversary cruise.
Looking forward to seeing some big fish.
Big fish?
Big fish, sharks.
It's pretty rare to have all those species combined in one unique cruise. Most of the time you have to go different places in the world to find those different animals. So in one cruise they can see all of that.
Butler service.
Other guests in the deluxe suites would rather start their day with an intimate petit déjeuner served by a private butler.
And the most important part, the bottle of champagne with your caviar.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. We're going to start a coconut.
By the time the midday sun is overhead, festivities are ramping up on the pool deck.
For you, madame.
Food and beverage manager Stéphane Cariou oversees liquid refreshments, fresh from the flying machete of Tewai-Lenoir. Tewai is more than a bartender. He's head of the cultural troupe known as Les Gauguins, who share their local knowledge with the guests.
I'm trying to show all those people coming from outside here. This is an opportunity for us to show that we have a culture here.
Chef Daniel Benches also puts on a show with the moonfish he brought on board yesterday.
So this fish is called a moonfish. It's actually because of the shape. It's round. As you can see, you go quite deep. So the fillet is quite deep. You go around the corner here, and then you have to find the bone. It's actually lying flat all over the fish. Et voila.
Et voila.
We will serve it tonight just plain grilled. Nice fish.
Meanwhile, 9 decks down in the engine room, they're already cooking. It's almost 40 degrees in here. Chief Engineer Peter Nikolov and his team begin their semi-annual overhaul of one of the 2 boilers that provide all of the ship's hot water.
If we don't clean this boiler every 6 months, a lot of soot will accumulate inside.
Maintenance is vital. In such remote seas, a breakdown would be disastrous.
In the worst scenario, this soot can burn and to destroy entire boiler.
Despite the heat down here, they've got to keep working. The ship can't go any longer than 48 hours with just 1 boiler in operation.
Very good Arturo.
It's 6:15 p.m. In the galley, Chef Daniel conducts a last-minute inspection before the diners arrive.
Put it back here, because otherwise they cannot see it. Maybe you can do the porcupine with the mango. Yeah? Don't burn it, because the plate is very hot.
The main dining room, L'Etoile, is open for business.
2 fish, table 17 days, station 6.
On the menu tonight, that moonfish the chef demoed earlier.
It's popular, the moonfish.
Madam, your fish, it's a moonfish. So bon appetit, enjoy.
Day 3. And the sun rises on MS Paul Gauguin's first stop, the coral atoll of Fakarava. An atoll is formed when coral grows along the ridge of an extinct underwater volcano. Then waves break down the coral to create a sandy ring-shaped island surrounding a lagoon. There's only 16 square kilometers of actual land on Fakarava, reaching just 4 meters above sea level in a narrow band that's just half a kilometer wide. But the lagoon is large enough to wrap around the city of New York. Fakarava is part of the largest chain of coral atolls in the world. There are no piers for the ship to dock at here, so she anchors in a designated spot where she can't damage the coral. Her tender boats move guests to shore for sightseeing. Over on Fakarava, passengers succumb to the relaxed rhythms of island time. Back on board Paul Gauguin, the water sports deck comes to life. The massive watertight door on the stern transforms into a platform. It's operated by hydraulics, directed by an electronic control system. This is where passengers can take out a kayak or paddleboard. It's also where a local dive boat arrives to pick up passengers for the first big dive of the trip.
Yeah, it's really exciting to go diving here. You don't know what's gonna happen.
"10 kilometers away from the ship, the divers hit the water. Dive master Clement Cassidy releases a nylon surface marker buoy to pinpoint their location. With a 3-to-1 ratio of divers to dive master, it's like a private underwater tour. This unspoiled coral reef is protected by UNESCO. It's home to abundant tropical fish, rays, and sharks. Today's dive brings some great sights and whets their appetites for what's to come.
Thank you. It was beautiful. There was a lot of really bright coral. It was a really healthy reef.
Yeah, it was the healthiest reef I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Not a single patch of sand.
Yeah.
It was just a solid, like...
Just coral everywhere.
Coral, and healthy coral.
The sun goes down quickly in the South Pacific as MS Paul Gauguin makes her way out of the Fakarava Lagoon. Passengers congregate in the hallways for the ship's version of a block party.
To the Paul Gauguin.
The captain puts in a brief appearance.
Keep us off those sandbars.
A joking matter for the passenger, but deadly serious to the captain. Soon after, he slips off to prepare himself for one of the biggest challenges he will face on this voyage, a complicated arrival at the island of Hiva Oa. It's day 6 of a 2-week voyage through French Polynesia.
Okay, we'll slowly start our turn to starboard. Starboard 5.
MS Paul Gauguin is surrounded by rugged mountain peaks that soar up to 1,200 meters above the sea. She's arriving at the island of Hiva Oa, part of the volcanic chain known as the Marquesas. Paul Gauguin will anchor here, if she can navigate the hazards.
I have to say that this is the most challenging island for us.
There's no sheltering lagoon here, so Captain Tomjanovich must anchor his vessel on the open ocean, and he's got a complicated choice to make. Often at this location, the wind and the swells come from the same direction, so the captain would drop 2 anchors to keep the ship stable. That protects the gangway and tender in rough seas.
The main concern will be on how the ship will position herself on the swell over there.
But today, the wind is coming from the north, and the swells from the east. So he opts for the flexibility of just 1 anchor, which allows him to pivot the ship in changing conditions.
And looking at the state of the sea and everything, I have to say that we will drop 1 anchor. There is no benefit of dropping 2 anchors.
It's 1 o'clock, tight.
Okay, thank you. Starboard anchor, 1 on deck, ready to drop. Thank you.
Thank you.
But the crew can't relax just yet. Now, the trick will be to safely transfer the passengers from the ship to the tender boats, bobbing up and down on the swells.
We will stay on something which we called level 1, which means we will run still 2 engines. This will allow to the officer on watch to actually protect the gangway using the stern thrustering.
Even with the ship anchored, the swells make it nearly impossible to keep the tender boats in the correct position for boarding. So the captain engages a propeller mounted inside Paul Gauguin's hull at the back of the ship. It's called a stern thruster, and it can swing the ship broadside to the swells, sheltering the tender at the gangway.
Hold on the handrails.
Hiva-Oa has barely changed in the years since it inspired the greatest paintings of the artist Paul Gauguin. The cruise ship's famous namesake lived here around 1900. Now his grave is a pilgrimage site for passengers as they spend a full day exploring the island. It's a different scene altogether back down in the cruise ship's engine room. Chief Engineer Peter Nikolov is giving the boiler cleanup a final inspection. The boiler combustion chamber has been thoroughly scoured. Now the engineering team has to put it all back together.
Now we'll take one more day to fill up the boiler with water, slowly to heat up, to rise the pressure, to inspect all safety devices, and after that to put back in operation.
Up on Deck 5 in Le Grand Salon, cruise director Steve Wood rehearses the Gauguin's cultural troupe for an authentic South Seas performance.
Because then we can see the great moves that you're doing up there.
We really push the culture on here.
So that's very different than the other cruise lines. We don't have the big bingos or you know, the big pyrotechnic shows. It's all local things. But the guests love it because it's not a mass-produced show that they're seeing. It's that raw talent that they're seeing on stage.
It's day 7 of the Polynesian cruise. At 6 a.m., 7 kilometers off the volcanic island of Tawata, Paul Gauguin begins her approach.
Okay, Larry, you can go forward. Prepare yourself mentally for the task. There is something down, huh? Ah, there is this fishing boat there.
Fishing boat, no smell.
But the fishing boats aren't the issue. The ocean floor here looks just like the topography above water, with steep canyons that suddenly fall off up to 400 meters. That's way too deep to drop the anchor. So the bridge crew has to find the only place where it's shallow enough to do so. MS Paul Gauguin has found the one tiny area where it's shallow enough to anchor, just off the Marquesan island of Tawata.
Usually we never anchor on this kind of depth, which was, let's say, 63 meters. So, but she holds really nicely.
Farther out from the anchorage, the seas here are some of the deepest in the world, falling to 4,000 meters.
Bonjour.
They're home to a huge variety of fish species.
It's a lot, man.
That's why Chef Daniel is bringing his shopping list to the local market.
2 kinds of grapefruit, mango, fresh lime, but the fish is not on it, because that we just heard yesterday.
He's running low on fish and fresh fruit for Paul Gauguin's dining rooms.
Oh, I saw a fishing boat over there, so maybe we're lucky. Same price, John. Same price, huh? So we can weigh all together. Very good. Voila. Good, huh?
TYE provides translation services.
Hey, do you know if we got any fish?
While provisions master Avelino Natividad fixes on a price. Unfortunately, those ocean swells that hampered Paul Gauguin's anchoring have beached the local fishermen.
Nothing, no fishermen today. The fishermen couldn't go out because they have to go far out actually. So you can imagine the water is even more choppy.
They're only halfway through the voyage. With 332 guests to feed, if the chef doesn't locate some fresh fish soon, this could turn into a culinary emergency.
So I have to start talking to my F&B manager back on board and make some phone calls and emails fast because I don't want to run out.
It's 7 a.m. on the 8th day of MS Paul Gauguin's cruise through French Polynesia. Today, passengers will visit the island of Nuku Hiva. At 330 square kilometers in area, it's the largest in the Marquesan chain. A four-wheel drive tour takes passengers through Nuku Hiva's laid-back villages, timeless valleys, and mountain ranges. From 864 meters up Mwake Hill, a neighboring island appears to float between the sea and the sky.
Hi, how are you?
Down on Nuku Hiva's pier,
Est-ce que tu aurais aussi des petits poissons?
food and beverage manager Stefan Cariou has come ashore with Chef Daniel. They're desperate to land a large catch of fish.
What we really expect to have today is a mix of mahi-mahi, wahoo and tuna. We'll be very happy if we can get around 600 pounds of the fish.
With three kinds, hopefully.
We haven't heard from the suppliers yet. We placed the order a week ago, but we haven't heard. I had a very bad connection, so we really don't know what we're going to get.
There's fish all right, just no variety.
But there's only tuna, 300 kilos.
Ooh la la, look at this one.
Well, it's great anyway, but we'll be serving
a lot of tuna.
A lot of tuna.
So the chef will have to get creative.
Regular way with coconut milk. We can make sushi, sashimi, lots of things. Tuna tartar.
Tuna ice cream.
Tuna ice cream.
Fortunately, there are plenty of non-fishy options like steak, lobster, and chicken that Chef Daniel can whip up for the menu. After 2 days at sea, MS Paul Gauguin kicks off her swing through the Society Islands, approaching the island of Wahine. A small yacht is in the way.
Oh, these are these yachties. Oh, it's not that they are. Let's say, nevertheless, that they consider themselves a real sailors. Sometimes it's really strange what they can do, but okay.
Captain Tomjanovic may appear laid back.
It's not that I'm so calm, actually. You never show actually what you really think, so.
He's weighing his responsibilities.
Each entrance in Huahine, I have to say, is challenging. Okay, sailboat is clear. 262.
262, sir.
The entranceway to Wahine's Maro Bay is very narrow, only 70 meters between the buoys that mark the safe zone. The ship herself is 22 meters wide. And on either side of her, a shallow coral reef is visible just below the surface. There's no margin for error.
So you really need to be quick to respond. So you always think about your additional or plan B, let's call it like that. Something which you always have in your mind.
That same relatively flat hull that lets Paul Gauguin navigate shallow waters has a downside. It makes her shift slightly side to side in the wind. That compounds the delicate navigation.
She glides on the waves, and so like that, it's not easy for a helmsman to keep her in designated course. Can go 4 on bow thruster.
4 on bow thruster.
Yeah. Start now coming to the lead, you know.
If Captain Tomjanovic lets his attention waver for just a second, Paul Gauguin could end up on the reef.
Now it's 1.1 mile to the anchor position.
Let's see how we are on the lead.
Captain Tomjanovic is negotiating MS Paul Gauguin's arrival in Morro Bay on the island of Wahini.
Yeah, right.
He's brought her safely through a narrow passageway lined with razor-sharp coral on either side. The captain can't rest on his laurels. He's got another mission to accomplish.
One more bottle, huh? One last.
In these waters, coral can grow quickly on the hull, clogging essential equipment. Luckily, both the captain and the chief engineer are certified divers. That's a critical skill they'll put into action on today's semi-annual inspection.
Thomas, are you ready?
Yes, we are ready, huh?
Chief Electrician, Chief Engineer. Yes. Please extend starboard side stabilizer.
Okay.
Using high-intensity lights, they're able to conduct a detailed inspection of the massive retractable stabilizers. They're like giant fins that tilt up or down to counteract wave motion. Then they scrutinize the 154-meter length of the hull, checking for excessive rust. Finally, moving to the ship's stern. Sometimes fishing nets get tangled up in this huge 2-ton propeller. That's a hazard. It's essential equipment required to power Paul Gauguin at speeds up to 18 knots or 33 kilometers per hour. This is the stern thruster that the bridge crew employed to counteract the swells back in Hiva Oa. A small amount of coral has collected on the surface, but not enough to affect performance. With the inspection complete, the crew heads back to the water sports platform on Paul Gauguin's stern.
Everything looks fine and good, I have to say. Stabilizer is excellent. Propeller is also a little bit of coral growth on our hub. Viva Las Vegas!
It's all go for Captain Tomjanovic. In just 4 hours, MS Paul Gauguin will set sail for a major highlight of this cruise. She's traveling 124 kilometers to a playground for the rich and famous, the island of Bora Bora. Dawn reveals the stuff dreams are made of. An extinct volcano wreathed in mystique. Bora Bora's lagoon is celebrated as one of the most beautiful in the world. Several passengers from Paul Gauguin head out for an aqua safari.
Want to be first?
On a shallow reef about 10 minutes off Bora Bora, even non-divers can swim with the fishes.
Go down.
This getup consists of a large, heavy helmet attached to a long air hose. When it's weighed down on a diver's shoulders, the helmet is watertight.
Okay.
Guests can walk around and breathe naturally, safely tethered to an air supply above water. Hundreds of different species of fish and coral are found in the waters around Bora Bora. For half an hour, passengers are surrounded by zebra, wrasse, and butterfly fish, and the occasional playful stingray. Just a short distance away on the same stretch of reef.
So try to stay behind me, follow my way, and don't run me over. Okay?
Okay.
These aqua bikes operate on electric batteries charged by solar energy. They travel up to 4 kilometers per hour and are used only in Bora Bora and the Bahamas. After a day of underwater play, it's time to head back to the cruise ship. Paul Gauguin is ready to haul anchor.
Okay, port side is clear. Port side is clear. Okay. Okay, Francisco, port 10.
"8 a.m. on day 13, and the ship is stationed just a kilometer from Motu, a tiny private islet owned by Paul Gauguin Cruises. It's called Motu Mahana. The galley crew springs into action, coordinating supplies for a barbecue on the Motu. They have to ferry everything to the island and prepare it for the guests.
Very busy. Like always, every time when you get here in Taha, it's a busy day for us.
Swing out.
Meanwhile, sailors commandeer the beacher craft that will carry the supplies to shore. These beachers were originally designed to ferry invading armies.
Yeah, you will see. Our infantry is a little bit different, I would say.
A scant 2 hours later, when the first guests arrive on the islet, it's a fantasy come to life.
Like washing up on a desert island?
Paradise, basically.
It's a day of pure hedonism on the Motu.
Thank you. The best Caesar salad in the island.
To top it all off, a relay race using sacks hand-woven by Tewai and weighed down with 30 kilograms of local fruit.
So I need 2 teams, please, over here.
This trip for me really is a bucket list job. It's way beyond anything I thought I'd ever do. Probably the #1 trip of my life.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here in the presence and beauty of what God has created.
This voyage on Paul Gauguin inspires guests Genevieve and James to renew their marriage vows.
We love cruising. We've been cruising since the beginning of our relationship. We thought it would be the perfect place to reaffirm our love for each other.
It's a journey. It's the journey of our lives. So,
as the festivities wind down, Captain Tomjanovich makes a beeline for his ship. He's just learned that a storm is brewing up ahead. MS Paul Gauguin is arriving at one of the most spectacular islands on Earth, but you'd never know it.
The moment with this overcast and rain, how it looks, doesn't look so nice.
The last stop on this trek is the island of Moorea, a mere 46 kilometers from the home port in Tahiti.
You want always to finish on the high note, let's put it like that.
It's not just the rained-out views that worry Captain Tomjanovich. This kind of weather is dangerous. Right at the entrance to Cook's Bay Harbor, wind gusts kick up to more than 20 knots. Combine that with the lightning.
So yes, what to do. South Pacific.
100 RPM.
100, thank you. 155.
There's no time to dither.
Hand steering.
Hand steering.
Noel, let's...
Hand steering, sir.
Hand steering, starboard, 10.
Starboard 10.
Captain Tomjanovic judges it's wisest to change course for a different nearby harbor.
So, you know, it's pretty easy call, actually, to be honest.
That Moraine Bay should be protected from the worst of the winds.
When you have this small voice in your head which says to you that, you know, you should do something, then it's better be safe than sorry. Stop the starboard engine.
Stop starboard engine.
For now, the lightning has stopped, but the rain continues as passengers Jackie and David head out on their final dive.
It's not raining underwater, so it's not a problem.
I think we'll get wet anyway.
This last dive takes place just outside Morea's reef and down 21 meters through canyons in the seabed. The sun may not be shining in Morea, but the sea is dead calm, so visibility is good. A lemon shark seems to materialize out of nowhere. And two black-tipped reef sharks cruise by on a snack run.
There's a great big triggerfish and a whole bunch of little ones. And yeah, it was beautiful. Crystal clear.
It was a perfect dive for the end of the trip. It really was.
After 14 days at sea, MS Paul Gauguin is leaving Morea, returning to her home port of Papeete, Tahiti. In just 2.5 hours, her passengers will find themselves back in the real world, and her crew can take a bow.
Until the last minute, you cannot tell if it's going to be good or bad. So it worked out well. So you just have to keep your finger crossed until the last minute, and it's good. And be lucky.
We survived pretty well.
On this voyage, even 300 kilos of tuna couldn't defeat Chef Daniel.
I don't think about challenges. It's more like problem solving and be inventive and be flexible.
As the passengers bid adieu to French Polynesia, the captain reflects.
You are never calm all the way, you know, because you think about the weather, you think how it looks and things like that. And then at the end, you think about the possible technical problems which can occur. So this is why, you know, it's never boring, never boring.
On her round trip to paradise, MS Paul Gauguin has delivered a cruise that's been out of this world.